better play.
Plus, it's more fun to say. Bundle-rooski. 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 Bundle-rooski-doo. Try it.
Yeah. I'm not gonna say that.
What will it save with the personal price plan?
You can't know.
Well, like your neighbor, State Farm is there.
Subway launched new $6.99 meal deal with any 6-inch sub.
Wait, Subway did what?
Dad?
Yep. For a limited time, get any 6-inch sub, chip, and a drink, all for just $6.99.
Amazon Black Friday week is here. With new deals added every day. Shop great deals all week on Amazon.
Welcome to John Madden Football.
It's one of the best sellers in video game history.
Players look at Madden as a reflection of who they are.
It's in the game.
It's time for Thursday Night Football. TJ Watt, Russell Wilson, and the Steelers beat the Ravens on Sunday to win their fifth straight and now have a chance to extend their lead on top of the AFC North. This season hasn't been what Myles Garrett and the Browns were expecting, but they have an opportunity to knock off a division rival tonight.
Do you want to build a snowman or do you want to play some football in the cold, snowy AFC North here tonight on Thursday Night Football with the black and gold barking into the dog pound take on the Cleveland Browns? Let me know in the comments below. Thanks for tuning in and watching my live play, watching my reactions live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm host of Encyclopedia Sports, Coin with 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. That'll be Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Hit the red subscribe button if you want to as well as up to date. Once again, links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share hashtag NFL, hashtag Steelers, hashtag Browns, as the Steelers are on a short week, staying in division as they're 8-2, taking on the 2-8 Brownies here tonight on Amazon Prime. Thursday Night Football kicking off week 12 in about 15 minutes or so. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks, always greatly appreciated. As well as this video is powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. First off, with Rogue Energy, be sure to get your favorite energy and hydration flavors in can or tub form. Shakers Rogue Energy merch at the link in the description below. Be sure to use the code LUKE, that's L-U-K-E, Luke123 for 10% off. HopeKThrifts, second resale shop that focuses on staying in the environment in a cheap and fashionable way, as most items are $20 or less, and include brands like American Eagle, Converse, Freefield, and Shein, among others. HopeKThrifts found on Depop, Instagram, Macari, and Poshmark. Yes, you guessed it, HopeKThrifts. It's HopeKThrifts. HopeKThrifts, so be sure to use the message seller code CHEAPTHRIFTS, CHEAPTHRIFTS, CHEAPTHRIFTS for 10% off. Link also in the description below. And then Dead and Hungry, a novel written by Nathan D. Mitchell. You can find it on Amazon, and once you do, if it doesn't interest you, you might as well be what the title says. Also, if you've done so, be sure to scan the QR code behind me. So, yeah, NFL, Thursday Night Football kicking off week 12 here this evening in the AFC North. The Pittsburgh Steelers and the Cleveland Browns will play through a winter Weatherland in wonderful downtown Cleveland, Ohio, on the banks of Lake Erie. So Pittsburgh is 8-2. Once again, probably should be at least 9-1, if not 10-0, but because of turnovers, here they are. Started 3-0, 3-2, have won 5 straight. Cleveland at 2-8. No Deshaun Watson, but Jameis Winston is slinging it around. So force pressure on defense. Stop the run, especially with the weather the way it is. So expect a lot of rush tonight, no doubt about it, offensively and defensively, with running the football, but then getting after the quarterback and stopping the run. So, yeah, weather with snow, rain, and wind. Typical football weather, though, so what more could you ask for a week before Thanksgiving, especially in the AFC North, with these two teams, the Steelers and Browns, two hated arch rivals, depending on which side of the fence you're on with the fan base, of which franchise with Pittsburgh and Cleveland. Once again, as Pittsburgh does lead the all-time series, however, they split last year. Both games were one score. Pittsburgh hasn't won in Cleveland in 3 years, dating back to Halloween in 2021. So hopefully that'll change. Hopefully, as Pittsburgh is coming off of a 1-point and 2-point win in the last two games, respectively, against Washington and Baltimore, now at Cleveland tonight. Hopefully it'll be more than 3 points this evening, as they are a 3-point favorite, I might add, on the road, over-under right about 36, depending on where you look. But as the Steelers take the field, we're in the dog pound, Cleveland, Ohio. Outside still for the time being, as Cleveland will be getting a new stadium in the near future, and it'll be a dome. Not anywhere near where they're currently playing at on the banks of Lake Erie once again. But just with the cold weather, mid-30s, and the water, and then the lake effect snow, and then switching to rain. Going to be windy tonight as well, so obviously the kicking game for both teams. But Chris Boswell, he's made 29 field goals here in 2024, 6 last week in the win for the Steelers over the Ravens. So hopefully they'll be able to find the end zone here tonight. Short week once again, 1 o'clock game in the past 2 weeks, so it's their third game in the last week and a half. 2 on the road, but I mean they're not like far away from the Steel City, as we've talked about before. And of course 5 of their next 7, including tonight, are still in division in the AFC North. So continue to just take care of business, rest sort itself out, one play at a time. With the weather the way it is, obviously any game starts up front, control line of scrimmage, you're going to win for the most part. But run the football, take your shots, rely on the defense, no doubt about it, but take your points while you can get them. But we'll see how the weather is factoring into the game as we, progress over the next couple hours. Because, well, you might end up going for it a couple times compared to what you normally would, do. But we go to last week for a recap. Yeah, Cleveland went to New Orleans. It was close early, but then New Orleans pulled away late. Cleveland's now 2-8. Jameis is in for Deshaun Watson. They did get Nick Chubb back, so they have been running the football, but Jameis has been slinging it around. Former Heisman Trophy winner and number 1 overall pick. But exactly. Pittsburgh's atop the AFC North, but before we get to the playoffs, you still got to take care of business here in the regular season. But yeah, Cleveland's going to try to play spoiler. I mean, they had the Steelers' number, when this rivalry first began back in the 40s and 50s, way back when. But over the past, since the Browns came back in the league, past 25, 30 years, the Steelers have had Cleveland Browns number, and got to be weatherproof. They're the Pittsburgh Steelers. You're going to strike, hopefully, while the iron's hot tonight in the cold. But we'll see what it gives. As always, I'm sure something will. See how the weather, factors in once again. Really not much else to be said, other than just, let's go out and play some fucking football. So, yeah, they would have bust up. Let's go out and take care of business now. It's game time. So, Steelers take the field, Browns take the field. We'll have all Michaels, Kirk Herbstreit, Kaylee Hartung on the call for Amazon Prime here for Thursday Night Football. So thanks for tuning in and watching. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool and Luke 96. Like, follow, and subscribe. Links in the description below. Scan the QR code behind me if you haven't done so already. And yeah, a little snow, a little rain later on. And then, like I said, about 15, 20 mile an hour winds. But yeah, Pittsburgh's 8-2. They win tonight. It's another winning season. And a lot of people will be pissed off about that, but let them be pissed off about that. Pittsburgh wins football games. You know, they're always in the thick of it, as Al Michaels just stated. They are. Regardless of how good or bad or anywhere in between they're playing, they 9 times out of 10 find ways to win. And it's because of the running game, and it's because of the defense. And that's even more true this year than I think it's been recently. And then you have a veteran quarterback down, Russell Wilson. As Pittsburgh once again started 3-0, dropped 2, won once more with Justin Fields. So they're 4-2, make the switch, and Russ is now undefeated as a Steeler starting quarterback at 4-0. They're 8-2 overall. Once again, should be 9-1, 11, 10-0, but because of turnovers in the Colt Cowboy game, turning it over and then getting turnovers, but be able to capitalize off of them, they lost both those games by 3 points. Or else they want to be a 3 seed right now. They'd be the top overall seed in the NFL. Let alone if they're 9-1 or 10-0 because of the Chief Bill game last week, in which Kansas City lost. Thing is with Pittsburgh, they don't play Buffalo this year. They do play the Chiefs at home on Christmas. That's one of the 2 games not in division down the stretch. The other's at Philly, and a little less than a month from now. But aerial shot of the city. Kickoff coming up next. So, yeah, Pittsburgh barking in, and I just still have a feeling it's going to be your typical Steeler game, you know, like regardless of how good or bad the Browns are. They do normally give Pittsburgh a good run for their money. You know, Pittsburgh in prime time, whether it's Thursday night, Sunday night, Monday night, they fare well. But obviously that's them. This is now. This is tonight. It's 1-0. You got to go out and do your job. Just take care of business, all right? And then you'll have a mini bye after this, after, you know, playing on a short week. So then you'll, as they're banged up a little bit, but they're probably as healthy right now with a few injuries. Yes, but probably healthy right now as they've been, you know, all season long. Not from the start necessarily, but just the way the games have played out and everything that's happened. Because Alex Highsmith's the only one out tonight. All right. Still trying to come back from an ankle injury he suffered a week and a half ago at Washington. Obviously, the other injuries are up front of the line on the right side, but those are season-ending. You know, hopefully we can get them in both James Daniels and Trevor Tallman back by the playoffs. But they're still playing well up front of the line anyway, regardless of, you know, the starting 5. And that's where it starts. You got to be able to block around the football, block, protect. You know, they're going to have to, as Cleveland's going to have to make sure T.J. Watt and Herbig and Smith are staying away from Jameis. As I said, stop the run, make Cleveland one-dimensional, and if, you know, Jameis, you know, picks the defense apart, then okay. But the Steelers secondary, you know, I'd put them up against any quarterback. They've played well this season. So, yeah, it's force pressure, stop the run, force the throw, but really, when it comes down to it, stop the pass. And TJ's wearing a dark black, back in black visor on the road here tonight for the Pittsburgh Steelers, I might add. So, fresh buzz cut recently, too. He knows it's time to go out and play. So, Prime going to present Thursday Night Football on Amazon. And the Rock and Roll City with the Cleveland Browns. As Pittsburgh once again comes barking in, entering to see if they can put him down. So, yeah, we'll see what it gives. But no, stop the pass, stop the run, make them one-dimensional, and turnover too, especially on the road and the weather the way it is, you'll be in a good spot. Just don't do anything stupid yourself. You know, no penalties, no turnovers. And you're in prime time. Everybody's watching it, so go out and make a point. So, yeah. See how the offense does. I mean, rock the Naj. Warren's coming along around the football, getting back to his old self from last year. Coming off of an injury, obviously new system as well, but it's still George Pickens at wide receiver, Mike Williams 2 games, 1 catch, 30 yards and a touchdown. Yeah, it was for the win, but he didn't do anything last week. Tight ends, Freiermuth, Darnell Washington had a big game last week. You still have Hayward, Michael Pruitt back tonight. Just balance, consistency, keep it simple. We'll see if Van Jefferson, Calvin Austin do anything. But hey, take your points so I can get them, because you know you can with Boswell. All right, you don't know what you're going to need later on. Take them while you can get them, especially on the road, especially in a weather game like this. Like it's snowing. It's not technically sticking. There's no field conditions that are, you know, real sloppy that, you know, you can't see or you can't run or you can't pass or for anything. Like, it's just, yeah. They say technically it's 32 right now. Feels like 26 with snow. Yeah, 15, 20 mile-an-hour winds. And Cleveland on to kick off, so Pittsburgh back deep to receive. And here we go on Thursday Night Football. First half stats and scores at halftime. And whoa, opening kickoff goes to the 10-yard line on a knuckle and a return to the 21. Yeah, that shows you what the wind's doing right now. 3 seconds in on the opening kickoff. Not good. So there might not be any kicking game tonight, you know, for that matter. So that's what I said. You know, teams might be going for it a little too many times more than they'd probably want or like to on 4th down night if, you know, you're in no man's land. But yeah, well, first half stats and scores at halftime. Recap, preview, college football, the NFL, whole 9 yards as always. Out of the pistol. Hand off to Najee Harris for no gain on the play, 2nd down. So, yeah, I wouldn't think so. You'll have Dan Moore, Oos, Zach Frazier back recently with McCormick and Broderick Jones from left to right up front on the line. Obviously, Russ, the quarterback. They brought Justin Fields in for a few plays last week, and you know, he's still playing well. But Arthur Smith doesn't see him as a gadget guy. He sees him as a starting quarterback. 2nd down. But Russ will hand off to Jalen Warren, and he'll bulldoze his way forward for Steeler 1st down out past the 30 to 35-yard line. So here we go. Yeah, Warren, it took him, you know, about half the year to overcome the injury and adapt to the new system, but they're getting touches and he's making plays. And then obviously with Patterson in motion, you know, they have him at running back behind Naj and Warren, but he's also a big-bodied former wide receiver who can catch football. So roll out, Russ complete to Darnell Washington at tight end of the 40-yard line. Like, they have depth, they have playmakers. You know, really doesn't matter. They just got to put it all together and click and just go make a play. So, 2nd down. Russ out of the gun on 2nd and 4, near side, complete to Pickens, and he'll be about a yard short. So 3rd and 1. So we'll see if they can convert, get a first down. And Russ going to come out. Fields in the ballgame at quarterback on this 3rd and 1. And 74, Spencer Anderson's eligible. And yeah, Russ on the sideline for this play. Put the coat on him. Keep him warm. Get a first down, maybe go deep. Pickens, 84, not 14. Patterson in motion near side. 3rd and a yard, but we have a false start. So back him up, be 3rd and 6. Replay the down. And of course, Brad Allen's our white capper tonight. So make sure, your report is eligible. Spencer Anderson did on that play. But because of the false start, back him up 5 yards, 3rd and 6 now. Russ will come back in at quarterback, and we'll see if they draw up. See if they can still convert. Obviously, get a first down, but then work from there. Like I said, maybe go deep. You're going to be right around midfield. Why not take a shot, get a spark early, and, get the momentum on your side. But 3rd down and 6 here from the 39. And Russ looking to throw. Slant over the middle, caught. Fryermuth out past midfield. Inside the 40 down to the 38 of the Cleveland Browns. So they're in field goal range. And Muth chance, not boos from the Cleveland faithful. Muth chance for Steeler Nation who made the trip. And it's another home game away for home, as it normally is, regardless of where they play in the other 31 cities against the other 31 teams in the National Football League. From the 39 officially, 1st and 10 for Pittsburgh. Austin in motion, and Warren on the give up the middle, and bulldoze spin, and good 5 yards, 6 yards, 2nd down. So now it looks like it's going to be a scoring drive, hopefully, knock on wood. Get the ball to begin the game, go 80 yards here. Hopefully put 6 up rather than have to settle for 3. 6 times like you did last week and week 1. Boswell's done that twice now this year. They scored 18 points on 6 field goals and 2 wins because of it. 2nd and a long 3. Handoff. Or Russ actually keeps it for himself. And he'll get about a yard and a half. So 3rd down. And short again. So 3rd and 3. And they'll work out of an empty set. And looking over the middle, he's going to get sacked, of course. And it's back to the 40, so now they're going to be out of field goal range, and they're going to have to punt and pin them deep. So now under 10 to play in the first. It doesn't look like they're going to get any points on this drive. Yeah, I don't think you'd want to kick a long field goal, especially with the wind, and you saw how the kickoff went. I get that was down the other way. This is this way, but punt, pin them deep, play defense. It's early. So off the ball we played. So Russell Wilson gets sacked, and drives are going to stall. They will bring out Boswell for a long field goal in the snowy, windy conditions. 40, 58, 59 yards. It's going to be wide right. No good. Had the distance, but just a little right. Yeah. So now Cleveland's going to have a short field to work with. Obviously, they're tied at 0 here first quarter. Pittsburgh drives, and Boswell surprisingly misses a field goal, but every dog has its day. So hopefully he can get back on track and make the next one. But defense just now has to make a play. So leave it at that. See if they can. Like I said, stop the pass, stop the run. I mean, you either or first. you always want to stop the run. You know, make him one-dimensional, make him throw. Yeah, Winston's throwing it well, but it's like really, if they can stop the pass, Cleveland's going to have to run the football down at that point, and then hopefully you can have a lead. You're already stopping the pass. They're not going to run, and just get after them, make plays, make stops. That's what I said. A turnover or two would be nice tonight. You know, they had 3 last week, got 9 points off of them, win by 2. You know, I had to settle for 6 field goals, but if only they'd been able to score touchdowns. See, right there, driving and drive stalls after the 10th field goal. Unfortunately, they missed it. So it's just, all right, it's early, but yeah, defensively, as I said, make them one-dimensional. Whether that's make them run, make them throw, just do what you're going to do. Obviously, I don't know the game plan, but that's what I'd do. I'd stop the run first and then make them throw, even with Winston, you know, playing well. If you pick your ass apart and beats it that way, then so be it. But at the same point in time, then stop the pass, because then if you can get out to a lead, which they probably should have 3 right now, but missed 58-yarder. Had the distance is just wide right. So if it would have been from 38, 28, it probably still would have went wide right. They probably have nothing. It's windy. This is what it is. Even 48-18 on a chip shot. But yeah, now a very short field. 1st and 10 Cleveland from the 48-yard line. And Jameis pass deflected and intended for David Njoku far side with Herbig on the coverage, incomplete, 2nd and 10. But yeah, it's going to snow and it's going to switch to rain later. It's still windy though, that's the thing. Handoff on a draw to Chubb. So once again, stop the run, make him throw. Peyton Wilson on the tackle officially, on a gang tackle, but no late whistle, you know, for a late hit or anything along those lines. The rest are letting him play. I had 1 false start penalty. Pittsburgh still converted. Drive stalled out after that, but so 3rd and 7. And out of an empty, that's a false start. Back it up, 3rd and 12. So just talked about a false start on penalty. There's another one for you. But yeah, once again, stop the run. Make them throw. If you can get out to the lead, run the football, work clock, continue to stop the run. And then since they're down, they're going to throw. Stop the throw then. If you can get points on special teams, it's fed. Points off turnovers as well. Run the football, work clock later. You're going to be in a good spot. Same formation, 3rd and 12 here for Cleveland after the false start. Pass complete near side, but 4th down, they'll punt. They'll go 3 and out. Patrick Queen and Mick Fitzpatrick on the tackle. So 4th down, and so Pittsburgh going to get the ball back. Probably like a regular starting field position. You know, Cleveland's punting here from midfield, but at the same point in time, remember, that kickoff was a knuckleball down the middle because of the wind. The 58-yard field goal was wide right, no good because of the wind. Now, let's see what this punt has. And it'll be shanked off his foot and go out of bounds near side, around the 30-yard line. There's a penalty on the play. Probably going to be a hold or a block in the back. Got some pushing and shoving. But the thing is, there shouldn't be a hold or block in the back because there's no fucking return. So what is the penalty? Somebody run out of bounds? Yeah, DeMonte KZ, 23. Pushed him out of bounds. Personal foul on the Steelers. Steeler ball. Looks to be Steeler football. So, all right, bad punt because of the wind, but then a personal foul because he drove him out of bounds and then kept pushing him out of bounds, literally like drove him into the Steeler bench. And so they call penalty on that. So it'll be 15 yards from the end of the run, which will be, you know, from where the ball went out on the shank, which is around the 30-yard line, it looked like. So it's technically still half the distance then at that point. It'll probably be Steeler ball around the 15, 20-yard line here, 1st and 10 when we come back. Because that's on the end of the play. It's not 15 yards and an automatic first down by any means. At least I don't think so. They didn't say whose ball it was though before we went to break. So we'll see when we get back, because it very well could be. It might be with, Clearfield maintaining possession, 1st and 10, then in field goal range, but Pittsburgh should be getting the ball back against the Cleveland Browns, tied at 0 midway through this first quarter, about halfway, 7:35, and counting to play. I mean, it might be a fucking, 1st to 10, 15, 20 points wins this game. Thought last week was a low-scoring defense showdown. Tonight might be even worse than that, just with the weather the way it is. If the wind's going to affect the kicking game this much, the pressure is going to be on the offenses to move the football. And Pittsburgh was running it well there. Russ with a couple of decent passes. Cleveland goes 3 and out, but then they luck out and get the penalty. And like I said, I'm pretty sure it still should be Steelers ball here, though. 1st and 10. It's just where is it going to be spotted at? That's what, because I don't know where the ball went out of bounds. Looked like around the 30, 15 yards, half the distance from there, around the 15, 20-yard line. But they never said once again whose ball it was going to be following this timeout. So they'll show another replay of it.
Yeah, and of course it's illegal to block if the gunner out of bounds once all 4 feet get out. But if we watch,
Just keep pushing. And all right, Steeler ball, 1st and 10th and 19-yard line. God damn it. And then another false start. We've had 3 false starts and a personal foul. And 3 of the 4 penalties are against the Steelers. So they're shooting themselves in the foot already here tonight. So back to the 14 now, 1st and 15. Just frustrating. Yeah, very, very slow. Slower than molasses. Hey, wintertime snowing out. Handoff Cordell Patterson near side. He'll get out past the 20 to 25. Or Najee Harris, excuse me. 2nd down. Yeah.
I think it was very intentional to go out and establish a certain toughness. They did that with Zach Frazier and Sam Mason McCormick starting at right guard. They're 66. Both these guys rookies.
And a pump fake. Russ going to roll out. Wants to go deep, but he's going to get pushed out and loses 2. So it'll be 3rd and 6. Just, right now, yeah, okay. Decent first drive offensively. Defense got off the field. Penalties are shooting themselves in the foot. But it's like, I get still a lot of football if we play, but it might be one of these nights that just, it's slow until, as they go deep far side, maybe a little bit of a push off, but George Pickens makes the catch at midfield and out past the 50 of the Cleveland 45, 1st and 10. So, all right, they're converting on 3rd down, but then hopefully the drive doesn't stall. But it's just slow, no doubt about it, on both sides. Pittsburgh's making plays offensively. Didn't make a stop on defense. Penalties are hurting them. Cleveland, not much. They're giving up everything here on defense. And, forced the missed kick, but then went 3 and out offensively. But it's just going to take a lot of time here, it seems like, to get these teams going until they, settle down, settle into the game, lock in, and just go out and play. Pickens with a good catch, a little bit of a bobble, but was able to maintain control and possession, and big 1st down. So Warren up the middle there on that last play for a few yards, and officially now going to be 2nd down, 2nd and 6. Austin once again in motion far side. And Wilson up under center, handoff, and about a yard for Najee Harris. 3rd down. But 3rd and, whatever it's been, other than the 3rd down they ended up having to then punt on 4th down for 58 yards because he took the sack, they've been able to convert on 3rd down this far. So 3rd and 6 officially, they say. Just convert, get another 1st down. I mean, well, shit, you're right there. As they show off time possession, it's been all Pittsburgh here this 1st quarter. Cleveland had a 3 and out, and that's it. But you're going to be in field goal range even if you don't get a 1st down here. Kick a long field goal. 3rd and 6 to, 4th and 2, pass complete to Van Jefferson over the middle. So 4th and 2 from the 38, we're going to go, rather than kick another 58-yarder and be wide right. And they're going to go for it, and they're going to sub, but Fields going to come in and play quarterback here. Need Oos back out there. Need your left guard still out there. Maybe try to draw him off sides, obviously, but 4th and 2. Patterson will motion out, and it's a quarterback draw, and he doesn't get it. God. So, Pittsburgh with 2 drives, and defense read that right off the bat. They knew exactly what Fields is going to do there. That's why you got to throw it with them in situations like that, catch them off guard. But Pittsburgh with 2 drives and no points. Even though they've been able to convert on 3rd down, gets around the 40-yard line of the Browns, but then the drive stalls out. Missed a 58-yarder, go for it on 4th and 2, and don't get it. So turnover on downs, and the Cleveland Browns will get the ball back. If they would have kicked it, it would have been about 56. But once again, you just kicked a 58-yarder that direction, missed it wide right because of the wind. Might as well go for it as they did, but they still don't get it. So, I mean, you can second guess that now too as well. But obviously, you want to get a 1st down out of that drive, score a touchdown rather than have to settle for 3. The drive still might have stalled out, and you still had to kick it anyway if you would have converted there, for all you know. If it's 58, 56, really over 50 tonight, I doubt they're kicking it now. Just because, you miss a 58-yarder, you don't kick a 56-yarder. And it's because of the wind. It's, not like Boswell can't kick that. He had a 57-yarder on Sunday. So in the moment decision there. So they decided to do. You live with it, get a stop on defense, which they did last time. Cleveland went 3 and out. You got the ball back. So you're running the ball well. You're already controlling the clock. Like, it's early. Yeah, it's slow. It's sleepy first quarter here, 0-0, but still a lot of football to be played. So it just is what it is. So we'll see what happens. But even if they would have kicked it, miss it again, Cleveland's getting the ball back, right around where they're getting it at anyway. And week 1 on a Sunday night back in '99, the Browns came back into the NFL and they hosted the black and gold. And didn't Pittsburgh shut them out? Yeah, 43-0. I thought so. This stadium's been there since. They're gonna be building a new stadium soon, and I'm not gonna have to deal with any of this weather that we're playing in tonight. It'll be like up in Detroit and Minnesota, and then you'll really only have Pittsburgh and Chicago and Green Bay as the old school teams that still play outside. Buffalo, New England as well. When you get in the Northeast, but Denver for that matter. It's like football's meant to be played outside, not inside, but there are a handful of teams that do play inside. 2nd and 4, they'll hand off Chubb and a yard. Be 3rd down and 3 with 50 Landon Roberts on the tackle, 3rd down. Yeah, Chubb got hurt against Pittsburgh early last year. Was out up until he just returned recently this season. So he missed a good part of a year and then some. But now 3rd and 2, Winston step up and run, actually dumps it off and it falls incomplete. So 4th down, and looks like they're going to have to punt again. So 4 drives and a missed field goal, a turnover on downs, and now 2 punts by the Cleveland Browns. Watch for a fake, though, let alone don't jump off sides. It's 4th and 2, and you've already had how many false starts called against you. So, clean up the penalties. See how this punt is a little bit better than the first one for sure. And it'll bounce to the 10 and be down. So, 1st and 10 Pittsburgh from there. About 2 minutes to play in this first quarter. And they'll take a quick 30-second split screen commercial here. Pitcher and pitcher. As this Thursday Night Football matchup with the Steelers and Browns will continue in the snow, and that guy doesn't have a shirt on, but he has a lucha mask on. So lucha. 3rd time hopefully be the charm for the Steelers. Go drive, 90 yards here and score a touchdown. If you've got to settle for 3, okay, then so be it. But just get something going. It's like I said, the first 2 drives weren't bad. They get to the fucking 40-yard line of the Browns and it stalls out. So can they get past the 40 of Cleveland? And there's a clown. Literally a clown. Not because he's dressed in Browns gear. He's dressed as a clown. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh from the 11 officially. So they'll have to go 89 if they want to score and hit Pater. Naj up the middle for about 3, maybe 4 yards, 2nd down. So, control the line of scrimmage, run the football, open up the play action, which Pittsburgh's gone deep already. They've worked the middle of the field. But, very, very slow. Trying not to fall asleep sitting here watching this damn game. 2nd and 6. Austin in motion. And fake the give. Roll out near side. Russ is going to dump it off. Darnell Washington. And he gets the 29. So it'd be third and, yeah, short here.
Steelers receiver Van Jefferson, we've just learned his questionable return because of a quad injury. He was on the injury list.
Van Jefferson, questionable return. He had a catch on the last drive to get into the 4th and 2. They go for it, don't get it. Obviously, he's now questionable return. So 3rd and 2 from the 19, not the 29, excuse me, from the 19-yard line here for the Steelers. And Russ slant over the middle, caught, first down, Pittsburgh. On to pick up a 7 to number 14, George Pickens. And looks like we'll get, well, maybe, we'll see. It might be the final play of the first quarter unless they hurry up here. Get one more play. And then that'll be it for the first 15. They're going to break the huddle. We got some time. Looks like they're going to snap it. Maybe try to draw them off sides. Easy, easy, easy. Keep your hand on the ball. We're going to take it to the end of the quarter. And that's what they do. So at the end of the first, the Steelers and Browns are tied at 0. And they'll have a 1st and 10 to begin the second quarter when we come back. I would update some stats, but there's not much there. Like I said, once again, a very slow first quarter. Cleveland with 2 drives, 6 plays, and then 2 punts on the other 2 plays for a total of 8 plays. Pittsburgh been able to drive, and convert on 3rd down for that matter. But they get to around the 40-yard line of the Cleveland Browns. They can't do anything after that. They, drive stalls out. Stalls. Miss 58-yarder, go for it, 4th and 2. Don't get it. We'll see what happens. So, yeah, 0-0 at the end of 1. So hopefully something, picks up here before too long, unless it's going to be a long night on Thursday Night Football with the Steelers and Browns. Well, really, what's new for Thursday Night Football? I mean, since Amazon's come along and have had the rights throughout all the games, the past few seasons, there's probably only a handful that you'd be able to pick out and say, yeah, that was a good game. It's normally like this. It is. It's close early, close somewhere in the middle. Maybe somebody tries to pull away, but then later it's like, well, that touchdown mattered, or somebody's not going to be happy about that. Depending on plus minus the points, over under, so on and so forth. From what I can recall, I mean, there's been a few blowouts, but normally everything's only a handful, once again, of good games. Normally everything's like a doozy, that's, I think, the running joke with Thursday Night Football at this rate. It's like, well, this is the worst Thursday Night Football game I've seen since the last Thursday Night Football game. Just saw it, but, I mean, it's 60 minutes football. You got, try to find a way to win. So, typical Steeler game as well. Low scoring, defense showdown. This is what they want. This is how they know they're gonna, win football games. So Warren there for a couple yards. 2nd down coming up. Officially, they say no gain now, rather than say 2nd and 8. It's 2nd and 10. Patterson in motion. And Russ going to hand off again to Warren. And, well, if he gets a yard there, they'll say they stuffed him and no gain on the play. It'd be 3rd and 10. But so 3rd and 9. Fryermuth in motion. Russ looking to throw, going deep down the field, down the middle. Austin, give me a hell yeah at the 30, make it the 25-yard line. 1st down. All right, they're out past and inside of the Cleveland 40 where they've stalled out on the first 2 drives, and now they got something. You're definitely in field goal range now, even though you kicked a 58-yarder. It was no good, wide right because of the wind. Go for it on 4th and 2, don't get it. Defense gets you the ball back, 3rd time here, and they go deep. So worth the run back into this. And hit pay dirt and put up 6 here. Don't have to settle for fucking 3. I want a touchdown. As do they. You know, they haven't scored a fucking touchdown since they scored the game winner against Washington because they kicked 6 fucking field goals on Sunday. And a couple broken tackles, but then Najee Harris is still going to lose a good amount of yardage, and then fumbles, and then Russ recovers, and then we got some pushing and shoving. And so we'll see where they give them forward progress at, see where they mark them down at. Was it even a fumble before? Yeah, that's a fumble before he was down. Okay. But then they blow it dead, let alone Russ recovers. It's still Steeler football, but where are they marking it at? Yeah, ball popped out, and Russ right there to hop on it. So they luck out. Be 2nd and 13. Looks like they're going to have to call a timeout, though, unless they will reset the play clock. No, they'll have to call a timeout. So they'll have 2 left the rest of this first half. 12:07 to play. We're still tied at 0. Yeah, so they go deep and orked out. But then the very next play, it's like, well, here we go again. We're going to go backwards. No, you want to continue to go forward, jackass. Like, maybe run a bootleg, you know, post to the tight end or something like that. I mean, you are in field goal range right around the 30-yard line. Just, I got to punch it in for 6. Because if they have to settle for 3 and then somehow, for whatever fucking reason, Boswell misses again, I mean, come on. You know, but then it's the weather. It's not him. Because we've seen the kicking game, from kickoffs to the field goals to the punts. It's just the wind. From the 30 on the dot, 2nd and 13. Out of the eye, they'll fake it, run a screen, flag on the play. And Naj will only get maybe 2-3 yards out of that. So 3rd and 10, but what's dirty laundry? And Tomlin's got that look like... yeah, it's against us. Legal motion, false start. Legal formation. 83 was covering 80. So Hayward on Washington, but they decline it, even though they got 3 yards out of that. So rather than 2nd and 18, Cleveland will take the down, and it'll be 3rd and 10, Pittsburgh. But once again, now they're in field goal. Well, shit, now they're kicking the other end, too. So we'll see, you know, kicking field goal down this end zone. If it's going to be any different. You'd like to have some points. Especially when you're not going to get the ball back in the second half. 3rd and 10 from the 27. And Russ going to avoid a sack, dumps it off. Jalen Warren, who cuts in and gets... another 3, maybe 4 yards if he's lucky enough. 4th, you got to kick it. It's 4th and 6. Maybe about a 40, 41 yarder, I'd say. But yeah, look at that American flag blown. Look at the flag on the top of the goalpost blown. Like, it is windy. 40 plus yards here on the kick. And, oh, God. Kick's going to be up. Kick's going to be good, but flag on the play, and we're going to have a false start. God, so make it a 48-yarder now. Not a 43-yarder that he barely made. Yeah, God damn it. What the fuck are we doing? My God. If you can read lips. Like, they're just shooting themselves in the foot with fucking penalties. And it's false starts. It's simple shit. 48-yard field goal in the snow. Boswell's kick is up and right into the eyes of the dog. And the Steelers lead the Browns 3-0. All right, I'll take it. I mean, they gotta quit selling for fucking 3 though. All the damn time. You guys, score touchdowns. But at the same point in time, the way you're running the football, if you can get your points the way you can get them, you have them. And then you're playing the defense the way you are. And you're controlling the clock, because Cleveland's had 2 drives and 6 offensive plays, 8 plays total with 2 punts. And you have a 3-0 lead now, and you're going to hopefully run the football and continue to do what you're doing and work clock in the second half. You're going to be fine and hopefully find a way to win this game, whether that's by scoring touchdowns or not. I mean, you just don't know how the weather is going to get as this game progresses, because from what I saw, it was snowing a little earlier this afternoon. And then, was just holding steady. It really wasn't, touching it, sticking to the ground. Really isn't now either, but the snow's more steady, and there's still wind. So obviously you can't control the weather. I'm not a weatherman. It does what it does, regardless of what the Weather Channel, weatherman, or whether women are saying it's going to do or not do. It's like, well, look outside. Is it sunny? Yeah. Is it raining? Okay. Is it snowing? Yeah. But in the game, it's 3-0 here on Thursday Night Football. This looks good. We got a EA Sports Madden NFL football documentary going to be coming out, which is going to, no doubt about it, going to be a must-watch. It's in the game. But now you have a lead. All right. Continue to do what you're doing on defense. Get after him. Stop the run. Force pressure on Jameis, who's 1 of 3 for 8 yards. But they don't have a first down. They don't. They've had 6 offensive plays and then 2 punts with 2 3-and-outs. So just play Steeler football. That's really all I ask. Well, is that a safety? Is that a safety? They say touchback, but is that a safety? Because, he fielded it right around the goal line, but ended up, fielding it then and just taking a knee in the end zone. I'd take a look at that. I would. First and 10. And ball at the 20. Winston's pass, slant, caught, first down. And big first down for Cleveland. That's their best play thus far. Jerry Jeudy, former Bronco. Obviously, they traded Amari Cooper to Buffalo, so... Yeah, here's the return. How's that not a fucking safety? He fielded it, touched it, and then took a knee in the end zone.
The kick brought it in the end zone down there, so it's a touchback when it comes to the 20 because it first touched in the landing zone, not the end zone.
That should be a fucking safety, not a fucking touchback. First and 10 from 35. Steelers bring pressure, pass near side complete. Jerry Jeudy again with Joey Porter on the coverage.
So even though this is a team that wanted to come out and try to establish the run, everybody we talked to this week, every single person, Kevin himself, all the way down, said, boy, we've got to get our running game going. We've got to get our running game going, which we all know they want to do, especially with Nick Chubb. But they have not been able to do that. One thing they have been able to do since Jamie's been there is throw the ball, especially getting out of his hands a little bit quicker than Deshaun Watson.
2nd and 2, trips top your screen. Out of the gun, they'll hand off to Chubb, and he gets a first down. So Cleveland's got something going now.
That's right. And, with Amari Cooper being traded to Buffalo, Jerry Jeudy takes over as the main go-to weapon now. Almost wide receiver one for this
And then watch out for, like I said earlier, David Njoku with the catch. Watch out for 85 at tight end as well, because he's also one of their main targets. Yeah. It's just the Browns have been cursed with, quarterbacks. Jeudy over the middle, and another first down for the Browns. Jerry Jeudy, 2 first names for his whole name, first and last. And they're picking on Joey Porter already again tonight. But that's best receiver on best corner, so he's got to make some plays. 1st and 10. And a handoff on a draw. Chubb going to be brought down around the 30. Powell still pushing. First down marker. Will it be good enough for a first down? It's all going to depend on the spot. But yeah, slow first quarter. Picking up some pace now here in the second quarter, but still just not a hell of a lot going on. Yeah, missed tackle by Preston Smith. They'll say short, 2nd and a half yard. Sneak it. Winston gets a first down. So 1st and 10, Cleveland now at the 25. Watch for them to now take a shot. First and 10 from the 25-yard line. Winston pump fakes, dumps it off far side. Nice open field tackle by Preston Smith, former Packer. He's played well since they traded for him. He has. Makes up for the missed tackle he just had. But, be what, 2nd and about 7, 8-ish here for Cleveland. Second and 9 officially from the 24. Handoff, and 3rd and 5, 3rd and 6 coming up. They're in field goal range, looking to tie this game up a little and take their first lead. So, see the Steeler defense can hold, make stop. Yeah, you'd rather force a field goal or give up a touchdown here. Get the ball back with 5-6 minutes to play, 2 timeouts, 2-minute warning. You got to do something to get yourself before halftime, especially when you're not going to get the ball back, until early mid-3rd quarter, because you you won't be getting the ball back to begin the second half. Cleveland will because they kicked off. He received slant over the middle, caught, but Patrick Queen on the stop, 4th and about 2. So we'll see if Cleveland goes for this here or if they decide to kick it themselves. Obviously, this is the end zone. Boswell missed his 58-yarder, so the other end obviously made the 48-yarder. 4th and a long one, they say. Cleveland's going to line up to go for it. You have all these false starts on offense. Do not jump off sides now on defense, especially on 4th and 1. No. So 4th and 1. And they will go for it. Hand off, and Chubb gets a first down and down to the 10-yard line. 1st and 10, 1st and goal. Got a late whistle. Yeah, he just hit the hole and went. So now Patrick Queen injured for the Steelers. That's not good. He's been a tackling machine. Obviously knows the Browns well. Former Raven. And, you know, chip on his shoulder last week, played his ass off. And hate to see him go down on defense, especially at middle linebacker. That's a position they've desperately needed the past few seasons, and signed Patrick Queen, and they simply fixed it, and now he's hurt. Hopefully he's okay. Looks like a right, or either a right or left foot or ankle injury by the looks of it. So hopefully he'll be able to walk it off. Obviously, a little over a year ago on a Thursday night, Cole Holcomb, at linebacker for the Steelers, went down with a knee injury. He hasn't played since. So we'll see if he's going to ever come back or not. But Atlanta Roberts has played well. Peyton Wilson, rookie out of NC State's played well, even though he doesn't have any ligaments in his knees. He's just a football player, and he looks like a Pittsburgh Steeler. Had a big interception last week and got Wilson the ball back on offense after Russ threw the interception in the end zone. And then it's like, well, still pressure off the edge, still pressure in the middle, you know, with Hayward and Benton and Ogunjobi, but Mink in the back end holding it down. You know, you got Joey Porter Jr. and Dante Jackson on the corners. Beanie Bishop's played his ass off at nickel, undrafted rookie out of West Virginia. So hopefully Patrick Queen's okay. Obviously still next man up mentality if he does unfortunately not return. Obviously Van Jefferson was questionable earlier after a quad injury, seemingly on that tackle that he catch he made, you know, their 4th and 2, and then they went for it and didn't get it. He hasn't returned, so hopefully Patrick Queen's okay. So 1st and 10, Cleveland, officially from the 11. So they got 8 shots now to punch it in. Fake the give, roll out, dump off in the flat to Njoku. He's going to dive and be short. Elliott and Minka on the tackle. So it'll be 2nd and short here. Goal to go is going to be at the 1-yard line, so we'll see if they punch it in before then or not. But yeah, they sold the fake on the run. And he's wide open, so they'll get back to the run now, probably 2nd and 1, and look to take a lead. And then that missed field goal, let alone, you know, even going for it. Defense still got the ball back, but now it's like they do something. Well, all right, well, since we did something, we're going to allow them to do something. Out of the eye, hand off, Chubb, touchdown. You know, it's like it's better off, seemingly, Well, they're not doing a damn thing because they're, making stops against them too. But then they do something, the defense allows a fucking, scoring drive. Well, what do you know happens? Just that again. So it's 6-3 now, Cleveland, extra point to come. And they just like putting themselves in these fucking positions, it seems like. All the time. It's like over and over again, man. Just... They do what they got to do to find ways to win. But it's just situationally like this. It's just frustrating. So they just keep making stops. But then also you got to give credit where credit's due, to the opponent, tonight the Cleveland Browns, because then they were able to drive and do something you haven't done in a week and a half, and that score a touchdown. So 4 minutes to play in the first half here. Cleveland now up 7-3. Pittsburgh gonna get the ball back. 2-minute warning, 2 timeouts. You'd like to do something before half because Cleveland's going to get the ball back to begin the second half. And J.J. Watt has made his family disappear. And you're not TJ. But, from Home Alone to Elf to Rusty putting all the lights on the building after he unwrapped them. A little Christmas vacation there, Clark. But still a month away. We're a week away from Thanksgiving. 7-3 on Thursday Night Football. Browns lead the Steelers. We'll update some stats and scores here in a minute. But offense got to go do something. And they've been able to drive, but only 3 points. Yes. And they know that. And first off, they got to clean up these fucking penalties. They can't continue to have false starts and just a stupid personal foul called against them, all fucking game. No. You got to punch it in. You got to get tough. You got to get down, into the dirt and just find a way. See, that kickoff, it goes from left and it completely swung right and touchback. Like the wind is a factor. But we do not care as the standard is the standard. Do what you got to do here. Let's go. So 1st and 10. Ball at the 30-yard line. And they'll toss Najee Harris near side. And he gets 2, maybe 3 yards. 2nd down. He a little bit of a slow start, but then he went on a string of 100-yard games, but then he's back to just being average, making some decent runs here and there. But then Warren's coming along, and they still have Patterson, obviously, but you got to be balanced. You got to be consistent, regardless who's playing. Keep it simple. Just drive. Get first downs, move the fucking ball. 2nd and 8. And fake the run. Russ going to step up, avoid a sack. God damn it. Ball's out, fumble. Cleveland has it. You got to be fucking kidding me. Well, Naj missed the pass pro, and the guy who strip sacked Russ as he stepped up and voided the sack was the one he missed on the block. just, yeah, hit the ball, and Russ is letting it go, and they recover it. So 1st and 10 now, Cleveland from 31. Pump fakes, see if the defense can bail them out. Dump off, and first down. And that's going to be a big penalty, especially if they score off of it, especially right before halftime, and then they get the ball back to begin the second half, and then go drive and fucking score again, because then you're going to be in a hole. All because you can't, score touchdowns. And then the penalties, and then the turnover. 2nd and 1 officially. 7-3 Cleveland here. And they'll sneak it and get another first down. I mean, talk about old school football and the weather. I mean, that's what Cleveland's doing up front right now. Pittsburgh's, controlling the clock, but penalties, turnovers hurting them now. Not being able to score touchdowns, settling for 3. Yeah, they have 3. Probably should have another 3, but they also just gave a fucking touchdown, and then they give the ball right back to them. So none of that fucking matters. What matters is making plays right now. You got to keep yourself in this game. You can't let it get out of hand. 2 minutes to play in the half. So 2-minute warning. 2 minutes to play. They're up 4, 7-3, and they got 3 timeouts. That's the thing. Penalty, worst possible fucking time. Because they score off of it, 3, make it 7 for 10-14, and then another 3 to another 7, early third quarter. You're down 2 scores, mid-third, and pressure's on in the second half when you still haven't, scored a touchdown. And, well, at this rate, it's been 5 quarters, 5.5 quarters. So, just frustrating. So, force a kick, let alone next, nothing. If they do force a kick, it's missed, or you block it, or get a turnover yourself to get the ball right back and go do something with the 2 timeouts and a little time, but highly doubt it. It would be, don't give up a touchdown. I'll allow a field goal because you're down 7 then at 10-3. I don't want to be down 14-3. I don't want to be down 21-3. I don't even want to be down 17-3, 14, 13, 3, whatever the fucking score is, if they score off of this and then score in the second, half. No. Even 10-3 for that matter. Like 7-3, keep it there, but it's probably going to be 10-3, hopefully not 14-3. They're 8-2. The 2 losses, once again, is because of fucking turnovers. And not being able to capitalize off of them, and then shooting yourselves in the foot with penalties and turnovers in that game. So, obviously, 5-game winning streak, 4-0 with Russ, but just frustrating as all hell. Playing down to the opponent. Like, you're 8-2, but you wouldn't think Cleveland's 2-8 right now. You wouldn't, the way they're playing. Slow first quarter, fast-paced first half now. But, man. Just frustrating. 1st and 10 from the 20. Handoff. And 2, maybe 3 yards, second down.
Let's see if the Browns can be able to punch this in or have to settle for a field goal. They're not going to be in a hurry, that's for sure. Pittsburgh 2 timeouts remaining.
And a whistle. And we'll have a false start. So make it 2nd and 13 now. They're calling a ton of false starts tonight. I mean, normally Brad Allen's calling penalties on the players who don't report eligible, but ton of fucking false starts tonight. So 2nd and 13 here for Cleveland. Looks like Patrick Queen's back out there, middle linebacker. So that's a good sign. And an empty set. Winston gonna throw over the middle. It's caught. And with Elliott, Beanie Bishop makes the tackle. 3rd down, and Pittsburgh with a timeout to stop the clock to try to get the ball back here. With no time and no timeouts then. Obviously going to have, well, probably about a minute if you can get another stop here, force a kick. Get the ball back, no timeouts. Yeah, about a minute or so to try to drive and get some points yourself before halftime. Obviously, you have to get out of bounds, stop the clock, clock it as well on a spike. But yeah, timeout Steelers with a minute 27 to play. Yeah, that's what I was saying with the penalty and the points off it maybe, and then no time for you to do anything, and then they get the ball back again, and you're gonna be in a pickle. You're gonna be in a tough spot. You're gonna be in a hole trying to get out, but you did it yourself. And Cleveland's now cutting the time possession back. They're still down in the category, but they're coming back. And with the lead, they're going to want to run the football themselves and work clock. So, of course, you got to give them credit, but TJ Watt on the tackle with Patrick Queen. 4th down, timeout. Timeout. Yeah, Pittsburgh ain't calling a timeout. This clock's going to run. As they just reset the play clock as well. Cleveland, in the meantime, is going to stay out to go for it on 4th and 6. Will they really go for it, though? But, yeah, they're going to run it down to under a minute. About the 43, 44 seconds. Call timeout themselves and then kick it. Yeah, 42 seconds officially. So Pittsburgh, you just fucking wasted a good 30 seconds. Could have got the ball back with no timeouts, but they'd rather have the timeout. So we'll see if that comes back to bite them. Unless they think they can go hurry up and 30 seconds less, hopefully it doesn't come back to bite them in the ass. They needed some time, to do something. Well, they fucking had the chance, but they let the clock run. Because don't tell me you can't drive, with the offense you have, with no timeouts down the field before halftime if you can get out of fucking bounds. Come on. Anybody should be able to do that. 34-yard field goal, though, by Cleveland. But remember, this is the end that Boswell missed a 58-yarder in the first quarter. Kicks up. Kick is good. Okay. 10-7. Or 10-3, excuse me. They lead by 7 with 40 seconds to play. Pittsburgh going to get the ball back with a timeout. I'd rather have no timeouts and a fucking 15 minute 20 to play. But they chose the opposite, and hopefully it doesn't come back to bite them. So the Watts are still shopping for Christmas. And yeah, everybody's in the car, not so fast. J.J. Watt made his family disappear. That's Home Alone for you. Along with Counting in the Car. And then Christmas Story, along with Elf. And then down the escalator, out the front door, with Michael Jordan dancing around. And then the helmet, Mom. And they're going to turn the lights on.
Sorry, guys. Just in there having the best night of my life.
It's a beaut.
Get in the car, boy.
Get your ass in the fucking car.
On this team challenge, our kickers must bank as one. Let's check in. Nearly perfect.
And now the caveman is
So it's like 97% there.
cooking.
Excuse me?
See if Russ can do that on this drive before halftime.
It's just because they have a 97% customer satisfaction rate. Now try that. That's revenge.
No, that's Mayo. For savings and service, get one with Becca.
All right, let's take a look at our next-gen stats powered by AWS. We talked in the pregame about Dan Moore. What a tough matchup. Watch his second play. Keep in mind, that's 275 pounds. With that head shake, able to get around it. Here's the length, being able to knock that football loose on his last one. So you knew Miles Garrett would have opportunities tonight. See the 8 matchups against Dan Moore. 3 pressures, 2 sacks, and a forced fumble. And we're in the first half. Not quite the halftime yet. He's feeling it.
Pittsburgh can get the ball back with a timeout in 40 seconds, but like I said, would rather have a minute 20 with no time to go drive and score. But we'll see what they do here. Hopefully they just don't run out of time. Because then you'll look back, well, you could have called your third and final time and got the ball back with some time left. But Browns kick off, be a touchback. So still 40 seconds with a timeout, first and 10 at the 30. Just get field goal range. I'll take a field goal. You know, so you need another 20, 35-ish yards or so. Maybe 40.
Such a big part of their formula, too. I mean, this is how Pittsburgh's played for the most part, with the exception of
Yeah,
some games.
it's true.
This is how they played all year. You know, these one-possession games are 5-2 in one-possession games this year.
So from the 30, first and 10. Russ over the middle, caught Freiermuth. And to midfield he goes. First down. Go, go, go.
There's an idea of saving that timeout here. Wilson's calling the play, trying to get everything lined up.
So ball's set. Now an empty set, 22 seconds. Snap it. And pass far side, out of bounds, incomplete. They wanted the comeback, and he ran to go, and falls incomplete. So second and 10 with 17 seconds. All right, Van Jefferson's back. Remember, he was questionable to return with a quad injury, but he was the intended target technically on that play, but wrong route. Miscommunication. So another empty set, second and 10 from midfield. Russ going to go deep. And, well, where's the penalty there? He pushed him out of bounds, and they tripped him, intended for Pickens. Come on. Incomplete, third and 10. They got 11 seconds. So with a timeout still, well, you're looking for something for 15, 20 yards down the middle of the field probably. You know, call and kick it. I don't know how you don't call penalty on that, though. So third and 10 here from midfield. Got 11 seconds. Pump fake, and Russ, of course, takes a sack. Yeah, at this rate, just fucking let the clock run out. 3-2-1 we at halftime. The Browns are up 10-3, and they have momentum, and they're getting the ball back to begin the second half. Tale of 2 quarters there for the Steelers in the first half. They were able to drive. Okay, both first 2 drives stalled out around the 40-yard line, missed a 58-yarder, go for it on 4th and 2, don't get it. You know, third drive, they do kick a field goal from 48, but then they allow Cleveland to drive and score. They then turn the ball over. Here's Mike Tomlin. They got to clean up fucking penalties.
How do you get your offense into the end zone?
Yeah.
Again, like we talked about, we stay on schedule, we minimize his impact on the game in those one-dimensional moments.
Stay on schedule. Just keep doing what they're doing. Yeah, but like I said, they missed a 58-yarder. turn over on downs, do get a field goal, but then they allow them to drive and score. And then they turn it over with a fumble. Cleveland gets a field goal off of that. So there's your 3 points that you have. That cancels out. They still have a 7-point lead with the touchdown that you gave up to them. That's the difference in this game. And then, you know, time ends up running out on them because they didn't call a timeout, you know, when they probably should have, to save themselves a good 30 seconds, minute 15 or so compared to 40 seconds, and no timeouts. But they get the ball back after the field goal, 40 seconds in a timeout, get to midfield, but then it stalls out from there. They don't even end up calling that timeout. And penalty or no penalty, they still take a sack then at the end, and that's the first half for it. So they were controlling the time of possession. That's going to be gone here before too long because Cleveland's getting the ball back to begin the second half. You know, Winston's coming around. They're starting to air it out for him. And guess what? They have a lead, so they're going to run the football. You know, Pittsburgh turning to one-dimensional at this rate. I mean, they are running the ball pretty well. Warren better than Harris, no doubt about it. But, I mean, yeah, you missed a 58-yarder. You made a 48-yarder. You know, that's another 3 points. It'd be a 4-point deficit rather than 7. But you still allowed a fucking touchdown drive after you did something. You know, and then you cough it up and they score off of it. So, just, they're going to be in a tough spot unless they can just keep doing what they're doing on defense, make some stops, don't give anything, or next nothing, field goals, not touchdowns, if it comes down to it. Maybe a defensive score somehow, but the offense has to score. They have to drive. They can't stall out around the 40 or the 50. They can't kick fucking field goals all game. They're now 6 quarters without a touchdown. The last time they scored a touchdown was on the game-winning touchdown at Washington a week and a half ago. Okay? They won by 1, 28-27. They won by 2 on Sunday. Hopefully, like I said earlier, tonight's more than 3, but they're down by 7 here. So they're going to have to rely on the defense. Okay? They're going to have to rely on the defense as always. What's new? But the offense has to go score a fucking touchdown. I don't care who the hell it is. Whether it's Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, Najee Harris, Jalen Warren, Cordero Patterson, George Pickens. Where the hell is Mike Williams at? He has 1 catch and 1 touchdown on 30 yards and now 2.5, almost 3 games with the Steelers. Okay, yeah, it was a big catch and a touchdown because it was for the game-winning touchdown. That's actually the last touchdown they scored, I might add. But like I said, I don't care who it is, whether it's Russ, whether it's Justin Fields, Harris, Warren, 84 Cordero Patterson, who they don't use enough, I think, in the passing game. Because remember, he's a former wide receiver, okay? And he's a big-bodied running back now at this point. But they do run the pass on screens to 22, 30, and 84, I might add, as well. But you got to give credit to the Cleveland defense. Yeah, they lead 10-3. The Browns do at halftime here with the Steelers. They're getting the ball back to begin the second half as well. But offensive line's playing well. Yeah, Russ taking a couple sacks, but they got to not turn the football over, not shoot themselves in the foot with penalties, keep running it. You don't want to abandon the run. It's only 1-score game. You know, for the most part, they're able to convert. We'll get to the overall third down statistics here in a minute, but and they've taken their shots. They've been 50-50 on those. But whether it's Russ, whether it's Fields, who they had another 4th down play, didn't get it, they just got to drive and score, you know, and it's really Pickens at wide receiver and really still nobody else. Mike Williams has 1 catch for a touchdown, and that's it, in 2.5, almost 3 games with the Steelers. You have, obviously, Van Jefferson banged up. He's back. Calvin Austin, what's he done here tonight? Not much. You know, Freiermuth, Darnell Washington, Hayward, Pruitt at tight end. I mean, 2 big pass plays to Freiermuth down the middle, no doubt about it. You know, Pickens had a deep ball. But they got to put it all together. They can't do one thing and then just take a step back. They got to keep, grinding. They got to keep pounding the rock, keep hammering the nail. They got to score a touchdown. They got to score a touchdown. But it's still, well, you're down. You can't give up any more points. In the meantime, the defense still needs to make stops. Rely on Boswell, when needed as always. He's only missed 2 kicks so far this season. However, one of those 2 was earlier tonight from 58. So, is what it is. Could only be a 4-point deficit, but it is 7 at 10-3. But, I mean, it's really the fumble right before halftime is what changed the momentum in this game and why Cleveland has it, why Pittsburgh doesn't have it. And then Cleveland, gets another big stop before the end of the half, doesn't give up anything to the Steelers, and then guess what? They're also getting the ball back to begin the second half. So Pittsburgh's in a tough spot. So with all that being said, just get a stop on defense, go do something offensively. The fans that travel, they got to come alive, make some fucking noise. You got to continue to play through the weather, obviously. We'll see how it shakes out in the second half. It's still snowing. It's still windy. It's not sticking by any means. It's not, piling up and factoring into, movement. But the wind is a factor in the kicking game. You saw, a missed field goal. You saw on kickoffs the ball travel, from where they initially kicked it at, down the middle, and it completely goes left and then right just because the wind just does what it does. It's going to blow whatever it wants the hell around, and it ends up where it ends up. That's what you got to play through the weather. The refs are letting them play, so you got to play through. All the calls they're not making, or if they are making, shoot themselves in the foot with there's a ton of false starts. Like, I can't remember a first half. All the penalties have been called other than one, which was a 15-yard personal foul, have been false start penalties. So just a slow first quarter into a fast second half, or a fast first half, then into the second quarter. Now we hit halftime. Got the second half coming up, and man, we'll see what gives. Pittsburgh's got to make some plays. So we'll update some stats here. Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, Najee Harris, Jalen Warren, Nick Chubb. Jerry Jeudy had a couple of big catches for Cleveland earlier. But Winston's 9 of 11 for 78 yards. Chubb has a rushing touchdown on 9 carries, 27 yards. And Jerry Jeudy, 3 of 39 receiving. Elijah Moore, 3 of 21. David Njoku had a big catch for 9 yards before Chubb punched it in. I mean, Russ is damn near perfect. He's 11 of 13 for $147, but he's been sacked 4 times in the first half. Same thing as it was last week. But then he ended up only being sacked 4 times the entire game because the offensive line did a better job in the second half. Warren, 5 of 27. Harris, 6 of 13. So I'd run Warren more in the second half compared to Naj for sure. You got to run the screen game, though, no doubt about it. They have 2 catches between the 2 of them total for 5 total yards. I mean, Austin does have a big catch for 46 yards, but then what? Nothing afterwards. They have to settle for 3. Freiermuth, 2 for 41 over the middle. Pickens has 3 catches, 41 yards. Darnell Washington, 2 of 10. Van Jefferson has a catch for 4 yards, but then that was the 4th and 2. He got hurt, and then they go for it, don't get it. Patrick Queen back out there on defense. 6 total tackles for him. They have no tackles for loss, no sacks. So they got to force pressure. They got to stop the run, get after Jameis. Boswell with his 48-yard field goal. Missed from 58. And obviously still no extra points for them because they can't score a fucking touchdown. They have 6 first downs compared to the Browns' 7. Pittsburgh's controlling the clock by a good 5 minutes, 17:35 to 12:25. There's been 6 penalties, 4 of them against Steelers over 30 yards. Obviously, the turnover into 3 points. That's hurting them right now. Obviously, they still gave up a touchdown after they kicked their field goal, though, so that is the difference in this game. They're 4-8 on third down, where Cleveland's 0-4, but then they're 1-1 on fourth down, where Pittsburgh's 0-1 on fourth down. Unless who knows what the hell happens after that 4th and 2 if they get it and continue to drive. Maybe they have a couple more points on the board than they do right now, but who knows. They have 125 passing to 38 rushing, 163 total to Cleveland, 78-41 for 119 total. Technically one more drive because it's the end of the first half there, but not a damn thing, so it doesn't matter. Just sloppy. So 10-3 Browns on top of the Steelers here at halftime Thursday Night Football. Obviously, thanks for tuning in and watching my live play watch on reactions live right here on YouTube. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe to social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button, share, chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always get appreciated as well. Video powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. Scan the QR code if you haven't done so already. And Week 12 is underway. We'll have more games on Sunday, beginning with the Vikings and Bears, Lions and Colts, Pats and Finns, Bucks and Giants. Dallas will be in Washington, taking on the Skins, the football team, now Commanders. Chiefs, Panthers, Titans, Texans. Denver will be in the Sin City, taking on the Silver and Black. 49ers, Packers. Cardinals, Seahawks. Sunday Night Football is Eagles, Rams. And Monday Night Football is the Harbaugh Bowl with the Ravens and Chargers. And 6 teams on byes. Those include the Atlanta Falcons, Buffalo Bills, Cincinnati Bengals, New Orleans Saints, New York Jets, and the Jacksonville Jaguars. Before Pittsburgh has a mini bye after tonight, they'll go to Cincinnati a week from Sunday, but they still going to have to be played here tonight in Cleveland against the Browns, and they're down 10-3, and the Browns are getting the ball back at the beginning of the second half here, so defense got to make a stop, and offense got to go score touchdowns. You can't settle for 3. I mean, take your points while you can get them, yeah, but they got to find the end zone. That's why I said, tale of 2 quarters in the first half. Pittsburgh was holding steady early, but then Cleveland came back and, found a way to get on top, and, they have a touchdown lead here, 10-3. Probably should only be 7-3. That fumble really, hurt them. But at least it's still a 1-score game. You just can't allow them to drive and score here. Slant over the middle, caught for 12 and a first down. Ball loose, but they'll say he's down. No catch and a fumble. Because, you don't want to be down 2 scores. You don't want to be in a hole down 13-17-3 here. You don't. You just don't. But they just love fucking doing this to themselves. Well, they have other guys on defense if TJ's getting double teamed. Somebody needs to step the hell up and make a play. Handoff, Chubb, and Herbig makes the tackle for 2, maybe 3 yards, so second down. But yeah, they just, come on, man. And the snow holding steady, but not sticking, so not really playing a factor, just the wind. And maybe an illegal forward pass. Fumble. Pittsburgh has it. First down, Steelers at the 22. So, big hit. Yeah, Elliott. And ball just went flying. Wind might have took it as well with the bounce. And Pittsburgh had it. They say he's down. Yep. And then it came out again. Pittsburgh still recovers it from Dante Jackson then to Joey Porter. And hey, you get a turnover on the opening second half drive. You got to get an answer out of it. You got to go drive and score. You got to make them pay just like they made you pay. I mean, I'll take a field goal because that evens that out, but then you're still down because you can't score touchdowns. You got to go score a touchdown here and tie this game up at 10. Najee Harris on the run. Nice cut, and he gets 9 yards, and it'll be second and short. You got to get points off of turnovers. So the defense bails them out. The defense gets a stop. And Russ going to hand off Najee Harris, and he'll get a first down on a pickup at 2, maybe 3. And the ball's out again. God damn it. And Cleveland has it. Or was he down? They say he's down by contact. First down. And yeah, his knee's down. Right knee to his thigh to his ass is down before the ball came out. So, down, no fumble, Steeler ball, first and 10. Freiermuth in motion. First and 10, Pittsburgh here from 37. They'll fake the end around to Calvin Austin, hand off again to Najee Harris, and another yard. So second down. They're going to run to throw here and fucking go deep in a little bit, if I'd have to guess. But the middle of the field's there for both teams. Like, work the slant. Go to Freiermuth down the middle of the field. Work the screen game. Second and 9 from the 38. And they'll run Warren near side, and he gets 2, maybe 3. All right, third down, medium. Which it's manageable, but can they convert? Because if they can't, fumble ain't going to mean shit because then they can't capitalize off of it. And then you're right back out there on, defense and, probably going to give up something because then they'll be fucking gassed. So third and 7. Russ gonna dump it off. Warren on a screen, but he's what a play. They say first down. All right. Yeah, it should have been short. And broke a tackle, spun. In college, he's down by half a yard, but he keeps rolling and rolling and rolling and rolling. And fourth and inches, they say. They'll run it. God damn it, go for it, not get it. So they said fourth and inches rather than first and 10 when they said first down initially. And they go for it and still don't get it. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. So they said he was down after he spun all and rolled. And still short rather than first and 10 right at the marker. And they, of course, go hurry up then. Don't give him a chance to look at it. And then they go for it again and don't get it. They're 0-2 now on fourth down. So it's still 10-3. They can't capitalize off the fumble. So guess what? Send the defense back out there to get another stop. But they still need to score a touchdown. They're down by 7. Let alone they can't score a fucking touchdown. They haven't scored a touchdown in 6 quarters. just frustrating. Very, very frustrating. Man, come on. Like, really?
G-Dog chips with chips. Big on protein, low on sugar, huge on flavor. But it's basically cheating.
You bundled with a personal price plan, so we're inducting you to State Farm Hall of Honors. Ooh, what did I do to deserve this? You chose right coverage at the prices right for you. No, what did I do to deserve this? I just told you. That's what I look like?
Had to make it accurate.
Choose the right coverage at a price that's right for you. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Fresh off their global tour, and this number one album came out sensation twice on the stage for an music live. Right here, YouTube, video, and game ends live music. Dig it.
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame right down the road in Cleveland. Well, the Steelers got to make some fucking noise. And it's really snowing now. First and 10 from the 45. And Herbig and Hayward on the tackle. Yeah, it's really snowing now. Like, first half snowing, you couldn't see it on the screen as the play was unfolding. Now you can. So before too long, it's going to start to stick. Unless it ends up switching to rain, and then it'll just be, real wet. But like I said, what more could you ask for? I mean, AFC North football on a Thursday night, Steelers, Browns, and the weather. Hayward on the stop at the 40, third down. I mean, hold him to a field goal. You don't want to give him a touchdown here. You're still down 2 scores, under 10 to play here in the third quarter, but just, man, they got to do something.
Just looks like this year with his 5 sacks, 6 tackles for loss. He's knocked down 5 passes this year. It looks like he's maybe in his late 20s this year. The way he's playing.
3rd and 4. And pressure, it's tipped and it's batted down, incomplete. 4th down, and do they kick a long field goal or do they punt and pin Pittsburgh deep?
We just talked about Hayward, and usually he's able to get in there and affect the quarterback by pressuring. This time, ball is out in a hurry.
Yeah, Hayward with
He's able to
the bat down,
so he come up with a turnover.
hit him on the right bicep, and it goes up and then down, so they'll punt. And it's going to bounce in the end zone for a touchback. So Pittsburgh lucks out. You only have a net on that of not even 20 yards. Dun, 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 dun. So still 10-3. Chance is still there to go drive and score a touchdown here and tie this game up at 10. It's there for the taking. They got to do something. They got to get momentum back on their side. Go play like you played in the second half against the Chargers. Go play like you did in the second half against the Raiders. And even the past 2 games here. And just control it. Just make plays. Make plays. Run it, throw it, do what you're going to do. But you still got to score points at the end of the day. That's what matters. I mean, if this was golf, yeah, they'd be winning, but it's football. And they're actually, letting them play here tonight. The penalties they called have been false starts. So hopefully they can clean up penalties in the second half and through all the adversity, especially with the weather. It's getting worse as this game progresses with the snow. Hell, maybe by the fourth quarter, it's on the field and it's becoming an issue. You might not be able to see him, a couple feet in front of you. And it's still windy, so they're 1 of 2 on field goals. 0 of 2 on fourth down. They got to score touchdowns. That's what it comes down to. Points. If you got to settle for 3 or 1 small case, so be it. But they're in a drought. Yeah, it's really snowing. So 1st and 10 from the 20. And they'll hand off to Warren. And the 25 for 8, maybe 9. Push him out of bounds. Where's the 15-yard late hit out of bounds on that? You called it earlier. Now you're not going to call that? You're not calling it down the middle now? So 2nd and 1. I'll try to give you some numbers, but it's going to get to the point with as bad as it's snowing. Some movement up front. They let it slide. 2nd and 1. Toss to Warren. 1st down. Pittsburgh and White on the road, and it's snowing. And like I said, I'll try to get you some numbers. It's going to be getting a little harder to see here. Yeah, they just shot themselves in the foot. Missed field goal, turnover rundowns, field goal, fumble, half, and the turnover rundowns, and now the ball back, 1st and 10. They have 3 points. Russ gonna get rid of it. It's almost picked off, but he was gonna get sacked, so he got rid of it. And well, he probably should have took the sack. It's almost picked off, but it does fall incomplete. 2nd and 10. Jesus Christ. Second and 10 from the 34. Handoff to, is that Warren? Yeah. No gain, 3rd and 10. God damn it. Fryermuth in motion, 3rd and 10. Come on, let's do something. 7:22 and counting to play in the 3rd quarter. And Russ is going to go deep. Has a man wide open. Van Jefferson, 1st down Steelers. You got to capitalize off it now. You got a big spark there. You got to keep putting wood on the fire. You got to go drive and score. It's cold out. It's snowing. Let's go. Score a fucking touchdown. Like I said, barely see numbers with as hard as it's coming down. But, yeah, Van Jefferson on a go route. And that's a catch. Russ going to hand off to Najee Harris. 1st and 10, make it 2nd and 12. Yeah, they haven't been able to get really past the 40-yard line.
In the NFL, in the red zone, it's a matter of still being able to run the football and getting the ball out of the hands of Russell Wilson quickly. You don't want it back there holding on to the football.
And Russ going to roll out near side. Tuck it and run, and dives, and then it's going to be right there at the marker. We'll see if they give him a first down or not. Same ref said first down the last time it was like this, and then they said 4th and inches. And then they went for it, didn't get it. Defense got him the ball back, but Russ with a 10-yard run. First down. And he's short. Yeah. That's a nice aerial shot of all the snow coming down. And it's, with the wind, it's just blowing all over the place. It's just getting worse and worse as the game goes on. 3rd and a yard. Handoff, and no. God. And do you go for it or you kick it? Especially with the weather the way it is. And now it's starting to stick. 5 minutes to play in the 3rd. They're going to trot Boswell out to attempt the field goal here. With the snow coming down the way it is and as windy as it is. Just good snap, good hold, hopefully a good kick on... I don't know where the fucking ball's at. This rate, you're not even going to be able to see the field come the 4th quarter. Be a 41-yard field goal, they say. And we got a timeout by who? Timeout Steelers. So now they'll have 2 left the rest of the way tonight. Yeah, they need to get points, whether it's a field goal, whether it's a touchdown, but it's just, yeah. It's really snowing. And this is going to be the first snow game of 2024 in football. And now they're going to go for it rather than kick it. They decide against kicking it because of the weather. Which, all right, like I said earlier, probably going to be put in that situation at some point in time. But remember, they're also 0-2 on 4th down already tonight. And now the weather's just worse compared to what it was earlier. And they still couldn't convert. So hopefully the 3rd time will be the charm here. But what do they draw up on 4th and yard? Because they've been stuffed on runs. Do they open up a pass? 4th and a yard out of the gun. Fourth and a long one. I can see the yellow line, but that's about it. Russ going to roll out. Throws it far side. It's caught. Freiermuth, first down, Pittsburgh. All right, you get a 4th down conversion. You got to score off of this now. You got to tie this game up at 10, get into the 4th quarter, and the defense needs to, play their ass off. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Russ got drilled. And Freiermuth somehow was able to see the ball and catch it. Motion man, handoff Harris, and Naj for a good 4 yards, maybe 5. Yeah, Fields getting covered now. You can't see the individual yard lines. You can barely see the 10, 20, 30, 40, 50s. Like I said, I can see the yellow line, but they say 4 officially, 2nd and 6. And of course, Pittsburgh's on the road, so they're wearing white. Yeah, black numbers with yellow pants, but high snap. Russ somehow gets it, and it'll be 3rd and long now back at this 15, 16, 17-yard line. Jesus Christ. So 3rd and long. 3rd and 13, they say. 2:48 counting to play in the third quarter. Russ gonna throw far side. It's caught, but is that Pickens? Yeah, George Pickens, but he's gonna be short. So 4th down. So they go for it again. It's 4th and 5, 4th and 6, or they kick it. Remember, they went against kicking it just on 4th and yard from the distance it was. Now they're a little closer. It's still really coming down though. And they're gonna try to get some points here. I can't tell you distance. 28 yards. Because I don't know where the hell the fucking ball's at. You can't see the field now. So Waitman on to hold. Kicks up. Kick is good. It's good. Good. 10-6. Yeah, I couldn't see the ball. You got to wait for the ref's signal. It was good. So it's 10-6. And minute 56 to play in the third. All right, so the defense got to get another stop. They have 2 field goals on as many drives they've had here in the second half. But you got to score a touchdown before too long. And the weather, it's not going to be stopping anytime soon. It's really coming down. This is as bad as it's been all night. Like I said, ground crews are going to have to get out there before too long and clear the field. You can, especially the yard lines, because you cannot see the field at this rate. You can barely see the Steelers and their, road whites. And the black numbers are, faded basically. So it's just, you want to see brown jerseys on the ground. You do. Just get after them. Make stops. Thing is, Cleveland, with a lead and the weather the way it is, they're going to run the football. So if you can stop the run, I think you'll be all right. But then if you force a throw, try to find the ball. Try to pick it off. Yeah. The kick was good, 10-6. So he missed from 58, but he made from 48 and 28. So hopefully he'll be good from, say, 38, but not in this weather he's not going to be. And you're down 4. So another field goal is not going to cut it. You'd still be down 1. You got to score. So love the snow, and I don't mind shoveling it, but it's a situation like this, especially when they're down, it's not that good. I care less for it. There's the actual look, but the graphics, with the way technology is, they put a layer on for TV so you can see the yard lines. So if they're running through or her over top of the, invisible line, that's why. And this shit, with the way the snow is coming off Lake Erie, especially when there's a lot of it and it piles up quick, it's a mess. And it's wet and heavy. So from the 20, 35 yard line, Jameis Winston gonna throw, going deep, and it's caught with a big first down completion I believe, out past midfield. Bobble and a catch and a first down.
But 9 points is football in these conditions and come down with it. Went up against
So they're the grounds crew is with shovels and brooms. During that break, they were, at least as I thought they would, clear the yard lines, but run it. Smith with Porter on the tackle. Yeah, they're out past the 50. I mean, you got to hold to a field goal. 13-6. You can't give up a touchdown. You're down 11, then 2 scores, late in the game. And then you can blame the fucking snow all you want, but then you weren't doing shit before it, really started coming down. So 2nd and 4 from the 30 now. Yeah, so shout out to the graphics department. They got the screen up, got everything lined up with where we're at, so you can see. Because if not, you want to be able to. You just want it. But that'll do it for the third quarter, it looks like, unless they do get a snap off here in the final 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. They will snap it. Winston over the middle. It's caught. But then Patrick Queen with Peyton Wilson and Beanie Bishop wrap him up. No, he's short. 4th down. He is short. But in the meantime, that'll do it for the third quarter. It's 10-6 Browns on top of the Steelers at the end of 3. So hopefully Pittsburgh in Cleveland can somehow get a wild thing to come out and make a play for them. Get back up top and get a save, but what's helping Cleveland out with the weather the way it is they're up, so they can keep it simple. Pittsburgh's really having to play through all this because not doing, hardly anything at all, even when it wasn't doing much, and then it's really coming down, and it's just getting worse and worse and worse as the game progresses, and especially in the second half. And I believe it's 4th and inches. I believe it's 4th and inches here to begin the fourth quarter. So, obviously they'll have a decision to either go for it, which they've converted on 4th down already tonight. Pittsburgh 0-2 early, but then they did convert on their last drive before they had to settle for 3. But we'll see if Cleveland goes for it again here, or if they, do end up kicking it. If you can force a field goal, let alone they miss it, it's even better. But 10-6 or 13-6 rather than 17-6. So, you don't want to be down 11. That's 2 scores. That's a touchdown, 2 point, and a field goal just a tie. With 15 minutes to go and the weather the way it is, I don't think so. No chance. Because they haven't done shit, up till this point now as it is anyway. So, yeah, just it is what it is. You got to play through it. It's football weather, And this snow is going to be in Pittsburgh and central Pennsylvania and further east, overnight into tomorrow and into this weekend. But it's just that time of year, If it's cold enough and there's precipitation, it's going to snow. But from what I saw earlier, it was going to taper off, and it was all going to switch to rain by 10, 11 o'clock. But it's 10:15, and it's really coming down in the snow category, and it's getting worse and worse and worse as the game progresses. So the 4th and 1 officially for Cleveland here to begin the fourth quarter. Yeah, Queen had him And then Wilson did with Beanie Bishop, and he's short. So what does Cleveland do? And they're shoveling what they can shovel with the yard lines. So now 4th and inches. Players are changing cleats. Yeah, you're going to want not the short, studs or screw-ins. You're going to want, stuff that has some length to it so you can get some, traction. You step down in it. They're going to line up to go for him 4th and inches. Don't jump off sides. They'll go for it. Fullback dive, and no, he didn't get it. And then the pile pushed, and they do give it to him. God damn it. Just frustrating, man. They hit him right there. No gain. Atlanta Roberts, and then he broke the tackle with Preston Smith, and then they finally wrap him up. God damn. So 1st and 10 Cleveland here. And Winston going to throw down the middle, high, but caught. And a 1st and goal now for the Browns at the 4, it looks like. Son of a bitch. Just, yeah, right down the seam to the tight end. And now the offense is going to have to go score twice, it looks like. Just not to tie, but to fucking win this game. 1st and goal, they'll hand off. And Powell's still pushing. No touchdown. He's not in, no. So 2nd and goal. You got to force a field goal here. You got to force a kick. But remember, once again, they've already gone for it as many times as they have on 4th down and converted. So what's stopping them? Well, it doesn't matter because you can't fucking see the numbers on who reported eligible or not. But just keep them out of the end zone. Out of the eye, handoff, Chubb. No. Nice tackle by Isaiah Loudermilk. 3rd and goal. Watch a play action, though, to the tight end, like in the back corner. But, yeah, they'll probably run it. Is that Atlanta Roberts, 50? Yeah. It's getting a little clearer with the numbers now. Like, it's still coming down, but it's not fuzz. It's not... Still tough to see, but it's not like you can't see anything. Remember, Patrick Queen went down with an injury. He came back. Now Atlanta Roberts hurt, so... Come on, defense. Yeah, Pittsburgh's got to go 100 yards to score. Yeah, they got 2 plays to punch it in. Yeah, exactly. Like, they won't kick it, but they might. Because then it's still a 1-score game, and Pittsburgh needs a touchdown to tie. Third and goal from inside the 5. At either the 4, 3, it looks like the 2-yard line. Motion man. And they'll fake and pass. It's incomplete. You dropped it. Tennifer and Joku, but Patrick Queen on the coverage, and then Mark Robinson in at linebacker tonight now with the injuries. And it falls incomplete. 4th and goal. What do they do now? Oh, if they would have been paying attention to fucking be there to pick it off. Yeah, ball just he couldn't catch it. And they're going to line up to go for here on 4th and goal. Do not jump off sides. And from the 2-yard line still, out of the gun. Winston going to throw. And they get to him. Actually, they don't. And he runs it in, touchdown Cleveland. Son of a bitch. And now they're down 10. Going to make it 11 with the extra point with 12:16 to play. They had him on the sack, and he somehow got out of it. Somehow got out of it and ran it in, touchdown. Are they going to go for 2? They're going to go for 2 to make it 18-6. So if they don't get it, Pittsburgh can get a field goal, still only be down 7 to then tie at 16. But this 2-point try is caught and good, so it's 18-6. And now they're down 12, so now they need 2 touchdowns when they've only kicked 2 field goals in the first 3.5 quarters of the night's game, and they haven't scored a fucking touchdown in 7 quarters. Jesus Christ. (18-6) Cleveland with 12 and change to play, and it's snowing. But Pittsburgh, whether it was snowing earlier or snowing now or anywhere in between, they only have 2 field goals. See, you can't fucking feel sorry for them. Yeah, 12:16 to play. It's 18-6. Russ is 15 of 18 for 204 yards. Sacked 4 times. They have 10 carries to Jalen Warren for 42 yards. Najee Harris, 12 of 29. Fryermuth with 3 catches, 50 yards. Pickens, 448. Calvin Austin with 1 catch for 46 yards. Van Jefferson had a big catch on the last drive. 2 of 39. Darnell Washington, 2 of 10. 3 of 11 total combined between Warren and Harris in the pass receiving game. But Winston just ran it in. He has 3 carries, 7 yards, and a rushing touchdown. Nick Chubb, 16 of 45 and a rushing touchdown. Winston's 14 of 18, $165. And the Browns have a 12-point, 18-6 lead. Pittsburgh going to get the ball back, but it's not looking good just because they've been held without a touchdown in 7 quarters now. And they have 2 field goals tonight, and they're down 12 now, so they need 2 touchdowns to get on top with a lead, to then have it still be a close game if they do so. But then time, 12:16 to play with 2 timeouts, 2-minute warning. They're going to have to score, get a stop, get the ball back, and score again, and hopefully time's still on their side. But the way the weather is, and you can barely see with the snow. Okay, but guess what? Cleveland just, as they're playing in the same fucking weather you are, just drove and scored a touchdown on your ass. So don't tell me you can't drive and score one either. But the thing is, they get out past midfield, and then the drive stall out, and then they have 2 field goals. Remember, they did miss one from 58 earlier before it really got bad. That was from 58. So you have 18-6. Even if you had the, 2, it'd be 18-9. Or the other field goal for 3. You'd be still down 2 scores at 9. But then that's the thing, they go for 2 to make it 12. As I said, if you didn't stop them on the 2, it's 16-6. You're down 10. You need a field goal, still need a touchdown then, or one or the other at first, the second one later, just to tie then if you can hold. But then they get the 2, it's good, so it's 18-6, you're down 12. You got to score twice. You got to score twice, and you got to get another stop on defense, but they couldn't there, and they couldn't earlier. Pittsburgh was in control of this game in the first quarter. And then Cleveland rolled around, and they've had momentum since right before halftime. And all Pittsburgh has is 2 field goals. So Russ, out of the gun, will pass far side. And Darnell Washington for 5 yards, second down. And remember, the Steelers did fumble it. Cleveland got 3 points out of that. Yeah, they turned the ball over 2. You got 3 points out of that, so that cancels it, self out. So you're still down 2 scores. Fields in at quarterback, and he's going to keep it. And far side, down the sideline, out past midfield to the 40, 35-30, first down, Pittsburgh. There's another spark for you. Now you got to capitalize off of it and score. You can't settle for 3. You're down 12. You got to score touchdowns. So a 30-yard run by Justin Fields. And I've said it. Even though Russ was named the starter in camp, got hurt, Fields was 4-2 as a starter. Now Russ undefeated 4-0 as a starter. They're on a 5-game winning streak entering tonight. If they need to, because they have already to this point, they can win with both quarterbacks. They can. And Fields going to stay in. And they're going to have him run again near side for about a pickup of 3. Try to give him an advantage in the run game compared to Russ throwing it and, getting sacked. And Fields will stay in. And the thing is, if they go back to Fields, is the Russell Wilson experience, done and over with? No, it's the situation they're in. They're trying to get a spark. Hayward in motion. High snap, but Fields looking to throw now, and he's going deep, and it'll be out of bounds, intended for Pickens, incomplete. And a flag on the play. Maybe a roughing the passer. Personal foul, roughing the passer, 15 yards, automatic first down. There you go. Still down 12. You need 2 touchdowns. 10:03 to play. You got 2 timeouts. 2-minute warning. And Russell Wilson will come back in at quarterback for the Steelers. Yeah, they drove him down in the ground. And especially right in front of the ref, he's going to throw that. So, 1st and 10, Pittsburgh. Where's the ball spotted at, though? That's what I'd like to know. 22-yard line. Come on, let's go. 1st and 10. Handoff, Najee Harris. And he'll get 2 yards, maybe. 2nd down. Exactly, yeah. 2nd and 8 from the 20. Fryer moved the motion. You got to score. They jump off sides. It's 5 yards, automatic first down. Offside, neutral zone infraction. 5 yards. Okay, still 2nd down. It'll be 2nd and 3. You got to score a touchdown, and then you got to get a stop and get the ball back and go drive and score again. Fryermuth in motion again, near side. Go to the tight ends. Why not? Russ going to roll out far side, looking to throw, dumps it off Najee Harris. First down inside the 10 and down to the 5. They got a 1st and goal. You got to punch it in. Let's go.
How big is that two-point conversion that he had with the battery hanging in free space? They end up getting going up by 12. And just the call, instead of, hey, let's just go off, let's be safe, let's kick the extra point. The decision.
Well, even if they would have kicked the extra point at 11, they'd still be up 2 scores. But then Pittsburgh could tie. Now you need 2 touchdowns to go up. Yeah. 1st and goal, Steelers from the 5-yard line. Down 12 here, 8:35 and counting to play. Come on, boys. And they'll fake the draw, run an end around with Cordell Patterson. And he's going to lose 2 yards. Jesus Christ. So 2nd and goal now from the 7. It's not time to get special. Just keep it simple. And a late whistle, I think there's an injury. And Fields now back in. It'll be 2nd and goal here for Pittsburgh. Unsportsmanlike conduct on the Browns defense. That should be 15 yards, automatic 1st down. Well, half the distance, but yeah, 1st down and goal. Then 2nd and goal. So, all right. If it's half the distance from the 5 on the previous play or half the distance from the 7, since it was after the play and they had 2-yard loss. So is it the 2.5 or is that the 3.5 yard line? I mean, because that's a yard difference in a game of inches, especially the way this game's gone and the weather the way it is. 1st and goal from the 3, they say. They'll run a draw with Warren, touchdown Pittsburgh. There you go, 7-5-7 where Tomlin's from to play. Pittsburgh scores. Now the defense is going to need to stop. You kick the extra point here rather than go for 2. You're down 18-12. You don't want to chase points. If you want to go for 2 later, then okay, because it would be 20-21, 18 to field goal to tie if there's, time left at that point for them to kick a field goal. Because remember, the Steelers went to Cleveland last year and lost on a game-winning field goal. Pittsburgh beat them at home on a Monday night, but here's the extra point by Boswell. They finally scored a touchdown. I'll be damned. Extra points up and good. Yes. 18-13. The Steelers just scored their first touchdown since the game-winning touchdown at Washington a week and a half ago. And the Renegade, oh mama, wave those towels. Just a draw up the middle of the Warren. Keep running the damn football. Now the defense got to get a stop. You can't give up a touchdown. You can force a field goal. You'd be down 8 then. 18-21-13. But then you need a touchdown and a 2-point just to tie to force overtime if it would come down to that. As I said, kick the extra point there because if you don't want to go for 2 there, not get it, you're down 18-12. Then you'd only be up a point then if you'd score again 19-18. Let alone go for 2. It's still only 2-point lead when you'd want to be up 3 at that point. That's why I said go for 2 later if you do end up scoring. Because if you score from 18-13, go up 19-18, go for 2, you're up 3, then 21-18. Field goal for them to tie to force overtime. You get my point there. So, 18-13, 1-score game. Snow still coming down. It's not as bad as it was there in the 3rd quarter. They're getting the field cleared as best they can in between these timeouts. But both offenses have been able to drive and score touchdowns even with the weather when they really couldn't do that earlier, especially the Pittsburgh Steelers. They had 2 field goals and now they scored a touchdown. It was a 3-yard Jalen Warren run up the middle on a draw. And Fields gave him a spark there. A 30-yard run down the sideline, and they were able to continue to convert and capitalize and drive and score. So now it's in the defense's hands to make some stops for them. If they can do it, then okay. The offense is going to get the ball back and hopefully going to have some time in the timeouts to go drive and score and win this game. I mean, what would really be nice is a defensive turnover here and even a defensive score. You get the ball back and you can really do what you want. You got to go drive and score though after a stop for sure. So because you're still down, you still need 2 touchdowns because it's 18-13. It's not 16-13 because remember they went for 2. If they didn't get the 2, let alone just kicked it, well, you'd still need a touchdown. But because they went for 2 and got it, you're down 5. But if they went for 2, didn't get it, it would be 16-13. All you need is a field goal to tie, but you still need a touchdown here. So kickoff return, fielded and returned. So wherever the hell he's at, pushed out of bounds. Like I said, you can barely see the field, even though they are getting it cleared up, and they do have the graphic on the screen with the invisible lines, so you can see the actual yard lines, but still tough. But yeah, touchdown Steelers, able to punch it in. So now it's for the defense to make a stop. Let's go. From the 24, 1st and 10. And Jameis Winston going to hand off to Nick Chubb. So stop the run, because they're out. They're going to run the football and work clock.
It's a clear blizzard. It's mainly Cleveland fans. I know Pittsburgh sometimes overtakes stadiums. Not tonight. Not at all. Even this. And they're 2-8. They're staying. Thursday night. 2-8 Thursday night. Terrible weather. You got to hand it to them. You got to hand it.
So second down.
And they have the team has responded to be something this time.
And Winston going to throw. He gets sacked. Ball's out. Fumble. Steelers have it. There you go. There's another turnover. What I just say. And now they got a short field to work with. And they got time with 7:02 to play and 2 timeouts. Only down 5. And a touchdown to get them back up. Defense. They bail their ass out again. Thank you. Who was it? Was it Herbig? Was it Watt? It was somebody off the edge. It was one of the Wisconsin Badgers. It was Nick Herbig. Strip sack fumble. Who recovered it? Patrick Queen. Sean Elliott. They're making snow angels in the end zone, celebrating the fumble. Well, you're still down, though. You still got to drive and score. Let's go. They reset the clock to 7:05. Russin, quarterback up under center. Run the goddamn ball. Out of the eye. And they'll fake the run. Russ going to throw. Going deep in the end zone. Has a man. Oh, he had Pickens. But I don't think he saw the football. He had him, too. Incomplete. 2nd and 10. I don't think he ever saw the ball. Yeah, just like a step or 2 off. Well, go at it again. 2nd and 10. Should be able to run the ball now because they're going to try to stop that pass because they knew you had them beat. So run it. Harris up the middle for 2. Push the pile. And for 3, maybe 4 yards. 3rd down. I mean, you can kick a field goal here if you need to. Remember, they already missed one. That missed field goal really comes into play now. You get the ball back with 6 and change to play, down 5. You have it. You kick a field goal now. And you make it again. You're up a point. But you got to convert. Still got to score a touchdown. But you can kick a field goal here if it comes down to it to get another stop to get the ball back to then, kick a field goal or score a touchdown to win it, late. 3rd and 6. And Russ down the middle in the end zone again. They go right back to it. Touchdown. Calvin Austin. Crack a cold one and give me a hell yeah. He had a catch for 46 yards earlier, and the Steelers have stormed back in the snow and have taken a lead. 19-18. You got to go for 2 to make it a 3-point game at 21-18. 6:15 to play. Sense of urgency. They get a turnover. They capitalize off it, and they go drive and score. They're just fighting back. One-on-one down the middle. They had him on the first play, and it's incomplete because they misread the ball. Like I said, whether it's the snow, a couple steps off or whatever, run it, go right back to it, and they beat them. Now they're going to go for 2 to make it a 3-point lead at 21-18. And now they got momentum with 6:15 to play. Got to make the 2 though here first, but they're going to have momentum on their side. Defense making stop after stop after stop. It's a 2-point try, and they'll throw a fade near side, incomplete. So it's 19-18. And now that missed field goal they had from earlier from 58 really comes into play, because if you wouldn't have went for 2 there if you would have. You probably just kick it, go up 20, 23. But then maybe you do, still go for 2. But because if you had the field goal from earlier, you're up 4. It's 22-18, let alone 23-18. And they need a touchdown to go back up rather than only a point. Field goal touchdown for them, wins it. Remember, Pittsburgh went to Cleveland last year, lost on a game-winning field goal. Another 1-score game here, but they fought back, man. You got to give it to them. They knew what they needed to get, and they got it. Get a strip sack, fumble, and 3 plays later, they score a touchdown and go back up for the first time since they were up 3-0. So it's 19-18 Steelers, as they've scored 2 touchdowns in the last 6 minutes. And Russell Wilson is now 18-22, 241 yards passing, and that passing touchdown to Calvin Austin, who has 2 catches for 69 yards, and the receiving score. Warren had the touchdown on the last drive, 11 carries for 45 yards rushing for him in the score. Najee Harris, 14-35. Fields with 3 carries for 26 yards. That was the spark on that drive, his big run. But then they get a turnover on defense. They score off of that. Freiermuth with 3 catches, 50 yards. Pickens, 448. Van Jefferson, 2 of 39. Darnell Washington, 3 of 14. Harris has 2 catches for 13 yards. Warren, 2 of 8. They're chugging along. I mean, at this rate, let it fucking snow. You're up by 1. Defense playing lights out. Continue to go get stops. Get the ball back. So this game's turned into a good game at this rate. Yes. Talked about it earlier. Slow first quarter. Fast-paced first half then once the second quarter rolled around. After halftime, it's turned into a blizzard, and it's still coming down. Like, there's a good couple inches now on the field as Boswell will kick off. And muffed on the kickoff return. And to the 32. Yeah, the graphics do help out that they, put on the field for everybody watching on Amazon Prime here tonight on Thursday Night Football. So thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. But they've stormed back in the storm. They're not going to call that on a 2-point play. Maybe on a normal play they would have. But yeah, no good. In 19-18 Steelers. And Winston going to throw. It's batted down, incomplete. Second down. Yeah, Pittsburgh has momentum. You got to keep it. Got a hold on the defense. Automatic first down. That was a late penalty. Very late penalty. And now they got a 1st and 10. And Cleveland now going to switch quarterbacks from Jameis Winston to, who is this? Dorian Thompson-Robinson, the former UCLA Bruin, who beat Pittsburgh last year. The game-winning field goal. Handoff on a draw. Chubb for a couple yards. Hayward and Ogunjobi on the stop. So now Winston going to come back in. Did Winston's helmet come off or something like that? Did he get hurt or something? I don't know why they just brought him in to run it. Other than that's what they would normally do if that was the case, but Winston's back out there now. So 2nd and 8, ball at the 30, no, the 40. And a whistle. You got a timeout maybe? False start, offside. False start, back him up 5 yards. So replay 2nd down. Be 2nd and... We'll see the distance. Winston up under center. They're going to fake the run. He rolls out. Voids a sack. Going to throw it. And it's caught. Jesus Christ. Big tackle. And Winston now hurt on the sideline. But he limps up and back onto the field.
How did he get this ball over top of his coverage? We could barely see it.
Yeah. That just...
They make this throw up and over that defender. Sonar. That was incredible. On the run, over Elliott, and in the hands of Judy on that 3rd down play. He takes a hit on that.
And then Queen, yeah, a little bit of a hit, and then he got rolled up on out of bounds. 1st and 10, Cleveland. They're going to fake the run. He rolls out again, and it's going to be incomplete. And now some of the players are looking like holograms because of the graphic, once again, they have on the field, so everybody can see the damn yard line. So they're still shoveling in the other end zone. Just trying to clear as much as they can when they can. Keep the field maintained. 2nd and 10 with 4:34 to play. Come on, defense. Fake the run. And down the middle. Incomplete. Almost picked off. Bishop. The Beanie Baby. He got a left hand in to knock it down, incomplete with Peyton Wilson on the cover, so incomplete, 3rd and 10. Come on, defense, let's go. Motion man into the slot. Winston gonna throw again, down the middle. It's picked off. Another turnover, and the Steelers have it again. 1st and 10 with a 1-point lead and 4:22 to play. Browns do have 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning. Pittsburgh with 2 in the 2-minute warning. But run the goddamn ball and run this clock out on them. Go drive and score, get some more points off another turnover while you're at it. Field goal, you missed earlier, okay, but field goal here makes it a 4-point game. Go up 22-18. Touchdown, though, at 6, make it 7. You know, you're looking at what? 25, 26, 28, or 18, excuse me. And then they need a touchdown and a 2-point just to tie. And now the turnovers are going Pittsburgh's way. They're getting the ball back again. You know, Cleveland does have 3 points off of a Steeler fumble. But then Pittsburgh, yeah, they have 3 points. The second field goal they have off of a Brown turnover, if I'm not mistaken. And then, as this game's just gotten a little bit crazy in the second half, especially with the weather the way it is. Trying to remember everything here. But then also, the last strip sack fumble, they scored a touchdown off of it. So then that's 10 points off of turnovers. And then they get another turnover with an interception. To now run the ball, work clock, get a couple first downs, go drive and score off of it would be nice. But if you can run the clock out and that's it, then okay. You know, win's a win at the end of the day. So, Pittsburgh ball, 1st and 10. They got a 1-point 19-18 lead. They have 2 timeouts. Cleveland with 3. 2-minute warning, obviously, coming up here shortly. But weather's still playing a factor with the snow. You can barely see anybody. But just find a way to win this game. You know, they were down 18-6 with 12 minutes to play. And now they're up 19-18 with 4 minutes to play. And they just get another turnover on defense. And they've scored off the other turnovers earlier. So, just, like I said, find a way to win this game. Just don't turn it over yourself. You know, hold on to the ball. Najee Harris, Jalen Warren, Carl Patterson, Russ, Fields. Do not throw interceptions. Fields don't cough it up on a fumble either if they have him in. Let alone the receivers catching, you know, run. Don't fumble it. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh from the 24. Handoff. Harris for 2, maybe 3 yards. 2nd down. And Fields will come in. Why not have them both in on the same play? You know, keep the defense fucking guessing. Maybe run a double pass. But 2nd and 7. The clock's ticking. Work this play clock, exactly. And they'll hand off Najee Harris. And he gets to about the 30. 3rd down. Cleveland calls their first timeout. They'll have 2 left with 3:32 to play. Obviously 2-minute warning as well, but it's the momentum, you know, and Pittsburgh has it, and you got to get a first down here. Now they got the leaf blowers out, blowing the snow around. And they're going down the hash marks. Third and 4. Yeah, that shit is wet, thick, and heavy. That's lake effect snow for you. And like I said, when it piles up and there's a lot of it, it is a pain in the ass. It's a mess. 3rd and 4. One of the tight ends in motion. I believe it's Freiermuth. From the 30. Fields going to throw. He's going deep. And intended for Pickens, it's incomplete. God damn, they can't even work any fucking time off the clock. So Cleveland's going to get the ball back. They can't capitalize off that interception. And they can't work any fucking clock. Cleveland will get the ball back. Down one, still 19-18. About 3 minutes to play. Yeah, Pickens just fell down. Yeah, 3:29 to play. Steelers will punt. And a bad punt. And it's going to go out around midfield maybe. See where they mark them out at. And right there at the 45, 46. So now Cleveland's going to have a short field to work with. Down one, 19-18 with 2 timeouts, 2-minute warning, needing a field goal. God damn. Yeah, he just fucking shanked it. God damn. So 1st and 10, the defense needs to stop. 15-yard punt. Good God. And they'll run up the middle. And Hayward on the stop. Under 3 to play. Yeah, Cleveland's probably just going to work the clock and try to kick another game-winning field goal against the Steelers at home, just like they did last year. And pressure. And Winston going to avoid it. Pass incomplete. How did he drop it? I don't know, but he did. Incomplete, 3rd and 4. So, well, if you can force a kick here, you know, you'd be down, what, 2? 21-19. You get the ball back still with 2 timeouts, 2-minute warning to go kick a field goal and win it yourself, let alone score a touchdown and win it. Big 3rd down coming up. Big 3rd and 4. Come on, defense. Let's get a stop. Another turnover would be nice, too. Why not? Winston over the middle. It's tipped and batted down, incomplete. So 4th and 4, 2:36 to play. Clock stopped with incompletion. What's Cleveland do on 4th and 4? Do they line up to go for it, try to draw them off sides? Do they go for it? Do they kick it? It's 19-18. They're going to, right now, line up in the huddle and call a play. And potentially line up to go for it. Yeah, when they haven't been able to convert on 3rd down at all tonight, but they've converted fucking 3 times on 4th down. Come on, defense. 4th and 4 for Cleveland. Need a play. And far side pass. They say caught. 1st down. Jesus Christ. So now Cleveland's converted on 4 different 4th downs tonight. Jesus Christ, defense. So new set of downs, 1st and 10. Shit, they can take this 2 minutes they want. They'll snap it though. 1st and 10. Pass again, far side. Caught. And they're going to wind the clock here or not? Or did he get out of bounds? Clock stops. 2:05 to play. 2nd down coming up. Second and 2. So we've got 1 play here before the 2-minute warning. And a handoff on a draw. No. 2 minutes to play. Cleveland's going to have a 3rd and 2. Once again, they haven't been able to convert on any 3rd down at all tonight. But they've converted on 4 different 4th downs, including one just a minute ago on this drive. It's 19-18 Steelers on top of the Brownies with 2 minutes to play. They're in field goal range, obviously, but now you're going to be at the 2-minute warning under 2 minutes. Defense obviously still need to stop, but with your 2 timeouts, do you even get the ball back, you know, to be able to do something or not? And because remember, they missed a 58-yarder earlier before all this snow came down, but it was also windy, and it's been windy. So if you had that, you'd be up 4 right now. Or 5, excuse me. 23-18, which is still 1 score, but they need a touchdown, not a field goal, to win it. But it looks like they're just going to try to get it down as low as they can and kick it. But they got another 3rd down here coming up. And the clock stopped for the time being, obviously, with 2 minutes to play. So, yeah, just frustrating. Yeah, 22-18 with the missed field goal. If you had it, you'd be up 4. But just we'll see what happens. Leave it at that.
Check this out. It may come down to the foot of Hopkins. He's changed his shoe. Puts his foot by the water. Who knows? He's been good even this year in that 40 to 49 range. This year it's beyond 50 for his struggle. Nothing is for certain right now.
60H is reported eligible. Big 3rd down here. 3rd and 2. Come on, defense. Ball to 25. Fake the run and get sacked. No, it's incomplete. Oh, that would have been a big sack back around the 40-yard line. Been out of fucking field range, but Winston was smart and threw it, and it's incomplete. So 4th and 2 with 1:55 to play. What do they do? Oh, come on. There's a flag on the play. Don't tell me that's roughing the passer. No way. Or are they going to say intentional grounding? Because then that would be obviously loss of down, but yardage backwards would be a longer kick. When he almost was sacked. Yeah, there's nobody there. No, he threw to his fucking lineman. That's intentional grounding. That is intentional grounding. After I just saw that replay, for sure. Unless they pick it up. Unless they're waiting for help from up above.
Yeah, he's certainly in the pocket. There's no receiver in the vicinity. The only issue would be it looks like he starts his motion.
Illegal touching of a pass on the offense. 5 yards. And it's still 3rd down. Pittsburgh's declined it, so it should be 4th down. Yes, thank you. So it's just going to be incomplete then after all that, and it's still going to be 4th and 2, right? So they're going to line up to go for it, and once again, they've converted 4 different times on 4th down tonight. And it's 4th and 2 for Cleveland. So Tomlin getting an explanation.
They announced that Pittsburgh declined the penalty.
Decline it, or do you want to take it now? It's still declined. Because it'd be, what, 3rd and 7 rather than 4th and 2. Come on, let's get a stop. Do not jump off sides. And now they do take the penalty, so it's 3rd down. So it's 3rd and 7 rather than 4th and 2. Yeah, a lot of confusion right there. Just a lot going on. Could have been sacked, could have been intentional grounding, illegal touching, decline the penalty, accept the penalty. It's 3rd and 7 from the 30. And now we got a late whistle. And the Steelers call a timeout. All right, let's just make sure everything's right. Make sure we're straight. Make sure we're ready on defense. Get a stop here. Because then if you take the penalty, which they do now, 3rd and 7, they got 2 plays. They can still kick it. Well, 4th and 2, they're going to go for it rather than kick it. You got 1 timeout now with 1:55 to play. It's like, well, what does Cleveland do still on 4th down? Do they still go for it? Do they still kick it? You know, like, just... And there's not a hell of a lot of time. You know, so you got to get a stop. And then they have 2 timeouts, but then you somehow get a stop and get the ball back. Winston gonna throw down the middle. It's caught. 1st down. Jesus Christ. So 1st down. And they're just inching closer. Clock's still ticking. Pittsburgh with a timeout. So then it's like, well, do you go back to declining the penalties, 4th and 2? Do they still run that? Do they still get a 1st down or not? And now penalty on the Steeler defense. Yeah, you can't do that. You got to be... You're shooting yourselves in the foot with penalties. You got to be more in the know. So 1st and goal now. Players can't even see. They're fucking squinting. 1:43 to play. It's 1st and goal. Ball at the 9. Handoff. And Chubb down to the 2. They're trying to strip it, but couldn't. 2nd and goal. But then if they give up a touchdown, well, Pittsburgh, they're still going to have to be able to drive and score with a timeout and under a minute to, you know, go win it themselves. And Cleveland's just letting the clock run here. Get it under a minute before they even snap it on 2nd and goal. Like, they might fucking score and the clock runs out, let them kick a field goal when time expires. Handoff and touchdown Cleveland. With 57 seconds to play, they go back up. And Chubb for the 2nd time tonight in the end zone. It's 24-19. See, the field goal you would have had earlier on the missed 58-yarder really comes into play here now if they would just kick the extra point. But it looks like they're going to go for 2 again to make it 26-19, which is 7, which then Pittsburgh needs a touchdown either way to win it with a timeout and 57 seconds to play, but then a touchdown extra point to tie at 27 to force overtime. Good God. So they're going to go for 2 again, which, remember, they converted on the earlier one. And a late whistle. and a flag. And a false start. So do they still go for 2 or do they kick it? So Russ starting to warm up on the sideline. So Brown's 2-point try, and no good. So it's 24-19, and the Steelers can win it now with a touchdown. But they only have 57 seconds and a timeout. So we'll see what they got up their sleeve. We'll update final stats and scores once we end this game at some point in time. Once again, now that 2-point try is no good. The 58-yarder they missed earlier really comes into play. You have that. It's 24-22. You can win it with a field goal, 25-24, rather than needing a touchdown here to win it. But obviously missed that with the wind earlier before all the snow really came down, and it's still snowing. But teams have found the end zone, and I mean, Pittsburgh had the momentum. Now Cleveland has it back, and Pittsburgh get it and win it. Timeout, 57 seconds down 5, because remember, it was 18-6. They scored 2 touchdowns in about 6 minutes. Went for 2 themselves, didn't get it, even if they had that. It's 21. You're down 3, field goal to tie, touchdown to win. But then you have your field goal earlier, that you missed. You're tied at 24 right now because they don't get the 2. And then you can win it yourself on a game-winning field goal or a game-winning touchdown that way as well. But you now just need a touchdown. You can't settle for 3. So Boswell, nothing he can do. And it'll be the Browns on the kickoff. Pittsburgh going to get the ball. And down 5, 24-19 your score with a timeout and 57 seconds on the clock to go drive and score a touchdown and win it in the snow on a Thursday night in the AFC North against the Cleveland Browns. And Pittsburgh on the kickoff return. 50 seconds now. 50 seconds and a timeout. 1st and 10 from the 30, it looks like. Just don't turn it over. Just find a way to win it. Find a way to win it. Go drive and score. Whether it's Pickens, where's Mike Williams at again? Van Jefferson, Calvin Austin had a touchdown earlier. Freiermuth, Darnell Washington, Hayward, Pruitt at tight end. Warren, Harris, running back with Patterson, but an empty set 5 wide, 1st and 10. And Wilson's pass complete, Pat Freiermuth, and he's going to get a first down. But you got to glow. Clock's rolling, 37, 36, 35 seconds. You still got a timeout. You got to get the hell out of bounds, too, if you can. 30 seconds, another empty set 5 wide. Snap the fucking ball. And Russ going to roll out near side, and it's incomplete. 3rd and 1 officially, so he didn't even get the first down in the previous play. So incomplete now, 3rd and 1, 22 seconds, and they still got a timeout, but they still got a ways to go. As Russ has 40 career game-winning drives in the 4th quarter overtime, which is 2nd most among active players, only trailing Matthew Stafford. Reset the clock to 23 seconds. They got a 3rd and 1, still down 5, got a ways to go with a timeout. Ball at the 45-yard line. So they got 55 yards for Pater and a win. Russ gonna dump it off. Warren, get out of bounds. He gets a 1st down. Gotta go. So they call their 3rd and final timeout with 16 seconds. I mean, you got to get up there and clock it too if you can. So 1st and 10 with 16 seconds, but they're on the right side of the 50 now. 16 seconds is 2 plays, but maybe 3, but at the same point in time, you don't have any timeouts. You got to get out of bounds. You get tackled in bounds, this clock's going to run, and it's going to run out on you, and the game's going to be over. You got to get out of bounds, let alone you got to get up and clock it. So hopefully nobody's dragging ass running back to the line and, before they get set. And obviously no illegal formations or anything. Obviously there's 10-second runoff penalties, in situations like this. Just don't do anything fucking stupid. So, 1st and 10, Pittsburgh. Down 5, 24-19. They need a touchdown to win it, and they're at the Browns' 44-yard line. Russell Wilson gets the snap from Zach Frazier and will throw it out of bounds, incomplete. 2nd and 10 with 10 seconds. And a Hail Mary in the snow is going to be tough. I mean, a Hail Mary to begin with is tough to convert, let alone in the snow when you can't fucking see. And remember, with 10 seconds, 2nd and 10 coming up, Cleveland's going to call a timeout here. But if Pittsburgh had the 58-yarder that they missed earlier, they'd only be down 2 right now. Or if they made the 2-point try, the last time they scored, they'd be down 3 right now. Field goal would tie, let alone win the game. You wouldn't need a touchdown with 10 seconds. But now you need a touchdown to win it. And you got 2nd and 10, 44 yards, and 10 seconds on the clock with no timeouts. So we'll see what they do. And the snow's still coming down. Russ in the gun. 3 receivers top of your screen, 1 at the bottom. Maybe get a quick out route near side. Yep. Complete. Calvin Austin. He gets out of bounds with 6 seconds. It'll be 3rd and 1. But 6 seconds and probably the final play. Because an average play takes about 6, 7, 8 seconds. And Cleveland has 1 timeout. Pittsburgh with 9 obviously got out of bounds. That's why the clock stopped. Doesn't really matter about down and distance. It's 3rd and 1, but 6 seconds. Snow continuing to fall. Cleveland will call their 3rd and final timeout. And remember, once again, I mean, shit, they'd be in field goal range here. You missed the 58-yarder earlier. You have that. You're down 2. Field goal wins it. You score as everything else, played out the way it has. Even with that missed field goal, you scored last time. You go for 2, you didn't get it. But if you got it, you're down 3. Field goal ties. You're going to overtime. You don't need a touchdown to win it here. But that's not the situation they're in. They're down 5, 6 seconds. Like I said, down and distance doesn't matter at this rate. It's 3rd and 1 though. But they need a touchdown to win it. And we'll see. But the Browns just call their 3rd and final timeout. That'll be the final stoppage, looks like, of tonight's game. And we'll see what Pittsburgh draws up here from the 35-yard line on 3rd and 1. Russ gets the snap. And he's going to go deep. And 2, 1, clock expires. And it's batted down, incomplete. And that's your ball game. The Browns will beat the Steelers on Thursday Night Football in the snow, 24-19. They're now 3-8. Pittsburgh falls to 8-3. And we got some pushing and shoving, but some post-game handshakes as well, I might add. But that'll do it. Browns win. And the Steelers still haven't won in Cleveland since 2021. First time for the Browns winning at home in consecutive seasons against the Steelers since 99-2000. There's a Hail Mary, came down to the final second, and they just batted it down incomplete, and that's what you're supposed to do. Yeah. Nobody was there to go up and catch it. Mike Williams, Pat Fryerman was probably the closest to it. And Russ got drilled as he got rid of it. But they're not going to throw a roughing the passer on a fucking Hail Mary. And the snow is continuing to fall. And Pittsburgh will bust back, so hopefully they'll get home safe and sound, especially with the weather the way it is. Because this is just moving, across Ohio into Pennsylvania. And just came up just short. Damn good game. Give it to the Cleveland Browns. They found a way to win it. So that'll do it on Thursday Night Football. That's a tough one. That's tough. But once again, tough shit. I mean, it really, came down as the difference of, slow, very slow first half for him. Doing very little up until, the fourth quarter is what came back to bite him in the ass here tonight. Turnover at a time was hurting him. It was, 10-3. When it was 7-3 after, remember, you kicked a field goal, they drove and scored. You missed a 58-yarder before that, I might add. And that really came into play late. If they would have had that, you're from the 35-yard line kicking a game-winning field goal here, at least attempting one, and hopefully it's good, but kicking issues tonight with the weather the way it was, who knows what happens. But you're not throwing a Hail Mary at the end of the game if you had the 58-yarder from earlier, because you're down 2 if everything else plays out the way it did, 24-22. Field goal's 3 points, and if you make it, you win by 1 again, 25-24. But then you lose by 5, 24-19. Yeah, tough one. Man. They'll get the Browns at home in a couple weeks, December the 8th. Pittsburgh now at 8-3. 6 games left. 4 of them against the AFC North. They'll play the Bengals for the first time a week from Sunday. Then they'll play the Browns for the second and final time this year, a week from then, December the 8th. They'll go to Baltimore right before Christmas. They'll get Cincinnati at home week 18, but then they'll go to Philly and host Kansas City, the other 2 games also in December, and the Chief game at home on Christmas, I might add, on a Wednesday afternoon. And they'll be on a short week for that game, coming off the Raven game the week prior, which I believe is going to be played on a Saturday and on a Sunday, to give them the same day rest that they would have from a Sunday to Thursday as we saw it tonight. But that's then. Obviously, 3 games in 10, 11 days. They go 2-1 in that stretch. Losing tonight, unfortunately, 24-19, once again, your final score. They're 8-3 on the year. I mean, you are what your record says you are, but they're 8-3 with 3 one-score losses. 2 by 3 and 1 by 5. So just coming up just short because of either this or that. Earlier it was turnovers. Tonight it was, not doing a hell of a lot early, but then finding a way to get a lead late, but then not being able to hold it. They've still made plays, as did you, but they made more plays. Plain and simple, end of story. And they found a way to win, at the end of the day. I mean, with everything that happened, it really came down to the kicking game. That missed 58-yarder. You're not throwing a Hail Mary at the end of the game there. You're just not. You're not. You're going to be attempting a game-winning field goal to win it by 25-24 if everything else plays out the way it did, which it did. But if you would have had that missed 58-yarder from earlier, and I mean, they're still close on connecting on the Hail Mary, but from the wind to the snow, and it's still snowing, but the game's over, obviously. The teams played through the weather. They did. And like I said, Pittsburgh got out to a 3-0 lead, but missed a 58-yarder, got a field goal. The Browns went and scored, and then Pittsburgh got the ball back and then turned it over. And then that was 3 points off of turnovers by the Steelers to the Browns. So it was 10-3. It was 10-3. And at this point, I mean, it was snowing, but it wasn't really coming down and it wasn't sticking. That didn't come until the second half, until the third quarter. And, you could barely see. And obviously Pittsburgh on the road wearing white, doesn't help in the white snow. Because then the black numbers are, even blurry at that point. But then they did their best they could with the graphic of the field, to still make sure everybody could see the yard lines, and obviously the grounds crew did their best on trying to, keep up with the snow and, clear the field best they could, during the game has progressed in the second half with, TV timeouts and, if this team's down at the other end, well, they're working on the other end then at that point. And at this rate, well, they'll just let it fucking pile up. They'll deal with it tomorrow probably. But this snow's going to be coming into Pennsylvania now, into western central PA. And we'll be dealing with it tomorrow. And obviously, like I said, Pittsburgh busing up to Cleveland as they always do. They'll bus back. Hopefully they get home safe. And everybody obviously that attended this game on the road, you also do the same. Don't want to hear anybody get in an accident because of damn snow. Win or loss, here tonight. Let on anytime. You don't want that to happen. Just that's a tough one, man. Frustrating loss. But now they're going to be on a mini bye. They'll go back to OHIO next week. The NFL just loves late in the year putting Pittsburgh on the road in back-to-back weeks against both the Browns and the Bengals, or the Bengals and the Browns. And it's happened again this year at Cleveland tonight and at Cincinnati a week from Sunday, the Sunday after Thanksgiving. So hopefully everybody has a happy Thanksgiving a week from now, I might add as well. Yeah, it was 10-3. Cleveland got a field goal off the first Steeler turnover. The only Steeler turnover, I might add. And then what it was, 10-6? I believe so, yeah, 10-6. Which that field goal by Boswell didn't go through the uprights until late in the third quarter. It was a slow first quarter, very ugly, very sloppy by both teams. Cleveland got momentum into the second quarter, just prior to halftime. Got the ball back to begin the second half, but then the Steelers got a turnover off of them. They then, obviously it was 10-6 at that point. Cleveland goes and scores, and they decide to go for 2. Rather than just kick the extra point, you're up 11 at 17-6. They go for 2, get it, so it's 18-6. And Pittsburgh's down 12. Well, they storm back in the snowstorm and take a 1-point 19-18 lead. 2 touchdowns in like 6 minutes or so into the fourth quarter, because it was 18-6 with about 12 to play. And with 6 to play, they were up 5 to play, 19-18. They couldn't really work any clock late, which came back to bite them. Couldn't get a first down or anything like that. Chubb had 2 rushing touchdowns, I might add, tonight, and a 5-point win. He only has 1. Whether that's the first one or the last one, they're still down. But yeah, the first turnover was hurting Pittsburgh for a while, but then they were able to get some turnovers on defense. Jameis played his ass off. You got to give him credit. You do. He's been around the block a time or two. Former Buck Saint, now he's in Cleveland. But no, the Steelers were able to drive and score. It was 18-13. They got another turnover on defense. It was 18-13. Make it 19-18 on the deep ball. Calvin Austin touchdown, yep. And that was the last points they scored. Remember, they went for 2, didn't get it. If they would have had that at 21, Cleveland gets to 24 because they went for 2, didn't get it then at that point. You're kicking a field goal then late rather than throwing a Hail Mary to tie it at 24 to force overtime. Let alone if, you still get the 19, don't get the 2, and then you have, the 58-yarder you missed earlier with the 24 they had. You have 22 then, you're kicking a game-winning field goal. And then you're winning at 25-24 if it's good. But not the case, because then 19-18, Cleveland drives and scores. It's 24-19. Pittsburgh with a timeout and 57 seconds, able to get to the Browns' 44-yard line, which that was the whole game for you there. They could get out past midfield, but then the drives would stall around the 40-yard line or so. That happened to him a couple times in the first half, and then the Hail Mary there at the end. If you're, it was the 35-yard line because they did get that quick out route and got out of bounds, clock stop, but still, 35-40-yard line drive stall. You have a chance to kick a field goal, not throw attempted touchdown on a Hail Mary. But what can you do? So, yeah, turnovers to... The missed kick hurt him. The slow first half really hurt him. You know, and then time just ran out on him. Because remember, what was it, right before halftime? They let like 30, 35, 40 seconds run off the clock when they could have had some more time, but they decided to let it run and have the timeout, and then they didn't even call the fucking timeout. You know, and didn't get anything out of that. So Cleveland had momentum going into the half. But then the Steeler defense made some stops in the second half. They did. Got some turnovers. Offense capitalized off of them. But then when it came down to it, the defense did give up another touchdown drive. But then it's the 58-yarder they missed. They have that. If everything else goes the way it did, you have a shot to kick a game-winning field goal rather than throw a Hail Mary. That's what it came down to. You know, 1-2 plays like that. Because you can second-guess everything else, but that's really what it came down to with tonight's game. Along with, like I said, just a slow first, you know, 2.5, almost 3 quarters. Because they had 7 scoreless quarters of non-touchdowns in football. The last touchdown they scored prior to the Jalen Warren rushing touchdown tonight was the game-winning passing touchdown a week and a half ago against the Washington Redskins football team Commanders, or whatever the hell you want to call them. Russell Wilson to Mike Williams for the win. Yeah, because they didn't score it all on Sunday. They kicked 6 field goals in the win. Boswell had, you know, some points tonight. Obviously, the one he missed really comes into play late, in my opinion, at least, with everything else the way it went with what happened. Because then, like I said, you're kicking a field goal rather than throwing a Hail Mary. If you have that field goal from earlier, but you don't. So you have got to throw the Hail Mary. Because you got to score a touchdown. You know, like they got to score more touchdowns rather than settling for 3 all the damn time. They do, no doubt about it. It's just situational, you know, game of inches is what football is. So yeah, frustrating loss for sure. 24-19, your final score. 24-19. So they'll go to Cincinnati next week. So hey, we're on to Cincinnati. And they're playing well. They're just coming up short. I mean, obviously, even with a loss, Pittsburgh's still atop the AFC North right now at 8-3 because Baltimore's 7-4, and plus they have a head-to-head win against them. But they're also 1-1 now in the division, and 4 of their next 6 down the stretch at 8-3 with 17 games in 18 weeks. 4 of their next 6 are against AFC North opponents. Bengals next week, and then week 18. They play the Browns in 2 weeks at home. So they'll be back in black at home, getting revenge on the Brownies then, hopefully. And then they go to Baltimore right before Christmas. They go to Philly before then, and then they host the Chiefs after that on Christmas. So, I mean, you're still there in the thick of it, you know, to be in the playoffs, but then it's seeding at this rate, and you know, you'd hope still for a home playoff game, you know, in the wild card, because that's really what it's going to turn into at this rate, because only the top seed gets a bye. And Kansas City's at 9-1. Yeah, you play them. Buffalo's at 8-2. You don't play them, but they just beat Kansas City. So, I mean, but you have 3 losses. So, then you're looking at really just the overall AFC playoff picture. You're at least atop the AFC North still. You have Buffalo, you have Houston, you have Kansas City also as division leaders. But then you're going to have Miami and Indy as the 2 teams that might sneak in at the end. Okay, I'll get that out of the way. But you have then, who is it? Baltimore, along with LA, the Chargers, and the Denver Broncos, which, thank God, you beat both of them already. You know, so you'll have head-to-head tiebreakers there if it comes down to it. But if you win the division, you know, you're going to be in. But you still got to take care of business in all these other games. You can't slip up here and there like they did tonight. So we'll see, obviously, what everybody says after the fact. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, tough shit is what it is. I mean, really, what can you do? You got to give Cleveland credit once again. But it once again came down to this 58-yarder from earlier. You'd have a chance to kick a game winner at the end rather than attempt a Hail Mary. And then also just a slow first half. Because like I said, yeah, it was 7 quarters they had not scored a touchdown until Warren scored. So then it was 18-6 to 18-13, and then they get the ball back, strip sack fumble by Nick Herbig, and from there they go deep. Calvin Austin. They wanted to go deep to Pickens, which they had it, but like I said, weather played a factor, but teams played through it. I mean, it was football weather. It was a football game, you know. Just would have loved to have win, you know, game like this, especially close, another 1-score loss. But then to win a game like this and the weather with the snow the way it is, and especially against the Browns, and yeah, it is what it is. Get over it, but they got to learn from their mistakes. They can't, you know, as I mentioned, I think on Sunday or the Sunday before, you know, I've said it sometime recently. Basically, hey, you can't be inconsistent. You can't be, there's got to be consistency somewhere, obviously. You can't have a 3-game winning streak and then lose 2. And then you can't win 5 in a row, get to 8-2, and then lose tonight, to then lose again next week. You know, because then that's just up and down, up and down, up and down. And then depending on where you're at, well, if that streak continues, you're either in good position or you're up shit creek without a paddle. Like, you want to be playing your best ball down the stretch. You want to get hot and strike while the iron's hot, you know, after Thanksgiving, you know, late in the season, get momentum going into the playoffs, and, yeah, just find ways to win. Obviously, they've found ways to win 8 games. 3 losses by 1 score. 3 points against the Colts, 3 points against the Cowboys, 5 points tonight against the Browns. But then they beat the Falcons by 1 score. They beat the Broncos by 1 score. They beat the Chargers by 10. So that's technically 2 scores, but it was still a fucking close game. They did beat the Raiders by, you know, scoring more than 30 points. They did beat the Jets also by doing the same. The Giant game, you know, was close. Obviously, they went on a bye, and then they had a 1-point win, a 2-point win. Like, all these wins could be going the other way, and it's their losses, and they're not 8-3. They're on the flip side of, you know, threshold of hell there, Ellen. 3-8, like the Browns are. just they gotta not let this, affect them. They gotta just keep at it. Like I said, at this rate, you're gonna be in position to still win the division, host a wild card game in the first round of the playoffs against whether you're the 2, 3, 4 seed. If you're the 2, you're hosting the 7. If you're the 3, you're hosting the 6. If you're the 4, you're hosting the 5. But then it's every man, every team for himself. It's, win or go home, playoff time. And that's why I said hopefully you're playing your best ball down the stretch. But tonight, with the way the game went, they come up just short. And the Pittsburgh Steelers are on in Cincinnati. They'll be at the Bengals 1 week from Sunday. Not this Sunday, but next Sunday. The Sunday after Thanksgiving, technically December the 1st. So I'll have live play watch long reactions then. Hopefully you'll tune in, and I'll see you then. But in the meantime, tonight, the Browns beat the Bengals, or the Pittsburgh Steelers, before the Steelers go to the Bengals. 24-19, your final score. Final stats and scores with Cleveland's win. I'm sure Cleveland's rocking right about now. As, they've owned the Steelers at home. Pittsburgh has not won in Cleveland since 2021. They're 0-3 since then. Even though Pittsburgh still does lead the all-time series 81-64-1 now. They still haven't won in Cleveland since Halloween of 21. Another one-score loss, 24-19, your final score. Jameis Winston was 18-27, 219 yards passing. They sacked him once. It was a strip sack fumble, and they drove and scored a touchdown off of it. He did also throw an interception, but they didn't do anything off of that. If they would have been able to do something off of that, they would have tacked on to the 19 they had. Who knows what Cleveland does then after the fact, but then Pittsburgh at that rate would have, more of a lead. Like I said, it was going to be, 25-26 to 18. They would have needed a touchdown and a 2-point just to tie. They couldn't do anything off the interception. Just imagine if they could have. They probably would have won. Let alone if they would have been able to just run the clock out. But a wild game after a slow start for sure. 24-19, once again, your final score. Browns win. Jameis Winston, 18-27, 219, interception, strip sack fumble. Chubb, 20 carries, 59 yards rushing, and 2 touchdowns. Jerome Ford, 419. Jameis Winston had 3 carries, 7 yards rushing, and a rushing touchdown. So obviously, 3 scores and a field goal is how they got their 24 points. Jerry Jeudy had a big game. They traded for him from Denver. Obviously, Cleveland traded Amari Cooper to Buffalo, I might add, too. But obviously, Jerry Jeudy's their number one. 6 catches, 85 yards for him. Jordan Atkins, 338. Blake Whitehart had a catch for 29 yards. Cedric Tillman, 228. Elijah Moore, 321. David Njoku had 1 catch, 9 yards. Ford and Chubb, 2-9 combined. Couple fumbles by the Browns. Delpit had 10 total tackles. They had 4 sacks. 4 sacks on Russell Wilson, which were all in the first half again. That's 2 weeks in a row, 2 games in a row in a short week here, Sunday to Thursday, that Russ has been sacked 4 times in the first half, but then that's what he ends up with the game. He doesn't get sacked in the second half. So the offense line does better in the third and fourth quarters. Hicks had a sack, but then Myles Garrett had 3. And they had 11 tackles for loss on the Pittsburgh Steelers offense. And Hopkins, as the Browns win by 5, he had 4 points. With a field goal from 34 and then an extra point. obviously they went for 2, there a couple times. And got it and didn't get it. But Russell Wilson was 21 of 28, 270 yards passing. Sacked 4 times all in the first half, as mentioned. The passing touchdown he had was to Calvin Austin, who had 3 catches, 78 yards in the score. They brought Fields in. He gave him a spark on the 1 touchdown drive in the second half. He was 0-1 passing, but he had 3 carries, 26 yards rushing. Russ 3 of 10. Jalen Warren led the team in rushing with 11 carries for 45 yards and the first touchdown in a week and a half to get them back within 1 score at 18-13, which is a 5-point game there. They go up 1 then with the passing touchdown, 19-18, but then the Browns score and they win it. And Pittsburgh, losing by 5, down 5 at the time. The field goal they missed earlier, once again from 58. If they would have had that, they wouldn't even needed to attempt a Hail Mary to win it. It would have just been a field goal attempt to win it from Boswell from about probably 53-ish, even in the snow, But they might have still threw Hail Mary at that point. I don't know, with the way the weather was with the snow. But Warren 11 of 45 and a touchdown. That got him to 18-13. And then Russ, after the fumble that Nick Herbig got on the strip sack, threw the passing touchdown to Calvin Austin. And they're up 19-18, but then the Browns score. And then that's what I said, the field goal, if they would have had it earlier, you're kicking a field goal late to win it. If everything else goes the way it did, rather than, throwing a Hail Mary. But it is what it is. Najee Harris, 16 of 41. Calvin Austin, 3 catches, 70 yards, and the receiving touchdown. Fryermuth, 459. Pickens, 448. Jefferson, 2 of 39. Jalen Warren had 3 catches, 19 yards. Darnell Washington, 3 of 14. Najee Harris, 2 of 13. Patrick Queen had 7 total tackles. And then he sacked Jameis once, and it was Nick Herbig's strip sack. And then Deshaun Elliott, I believe, recovered the fumble, if I'm not mistaken. And then Dante Jackson had the interception. Boswell was 2 of 3 on his field goals. Missed from 58, though. Even though he made from 48, and it was a little closer than that. 1-1 on his extra point. Waitman had 1 punt for 15 yards. That was when they got the interception, couldn't do anything with it. If they would have been able to flip field, make a stop on defense, but he completely fucking shanked it off his side of his foot, and then they get a short field and then drive and score, and they hold a 24-19 lead then and win it by that margin. But oh well, what can you do? Just tough, frustrating loss. Both teams finished with 17 first downs apiece. Cleveland could not convert on 3rd down to save their life. They're 1 of 10. But then guess what? They're 4 of 4 on 4th down tonight. Pittsburgh 7 of 16 on 3rd down, 1 of 3 on 4th down. They ran 12 more plays, 67 to 55. Losing by 5. And you control the clock by 11 minutes. 35:02 to 24:58. I mean, really 10 minutes, but you get my point. I'm going to get all the technical. Like, this is the game they're normally winning. You look at the final stats. They always end up with less total yards and so on and so forth than the opponent win. Well, tonight they had more, and they lose. They're in the position of the teams they beat. It's like, how the hell do we fucking lose this game? The Browns had 304 total yards, 219 passing, 85 rushing. Pittsburgh with 368 with 248 passing and 120 rushing. one more total drive at 11, but that's because of the drive right before halftime. So really 10 apiece. Both averaged 5.5 yards a play in the weather the way it was with the snow. 14 penalties, 8 against the Browns, 6 against the Steelers, 8 of 48 and 6 of 39. They had a turnover. Cleveland got a field goal out of that. You know, you don't turn the ball over there. You know, they don't get 3 points. You can add this into it too, with everything I just said. You know, with the missed 58-yarder. You have that, you're attempting a game-winning field goal. You make it, you win 25-24. But if you don't turn the ball over right before halftime, after you kicked a field goal, they scored, but then you give them the ball right back. Remember, 10-3. They got 3 points off that turnover. You don't turn it over there. They don't get 3 points off of that. They don't have 24. They have 21 if everything else goes the way it did. Okay? You still only need a field goal to win it at the end of the game. 22-21 then at that rate. But no. So that factored in as well. They had 3 turnovers, 2 fumbles, and a interception, and they couldn't capitalize off the pick late in the game, let alone run the clock out, or work hardly any time, you know, off the clock. But then, well, if Cleveland still would have scored, do they get the ball back with a timeout in 57 seconds or not to have a chance to do what they, you know, couldn't do anyway, but who knows. Yeah, so 24-19 your final score. Browns beat the Steelers on Thursday Night Football. Cleveland's now 3-8. Pittsburgh falls to 8-3. So, not really much else to be said. So, just thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Hopefully everyone has a happy Thanksgiving. A week from now, I'll have more college football and NFL live play. Watch long reactions over here on YouTube, so be sure to subscribe. But Steelers now, after a short week, will be on a mini bye, and they'll play a week from Sunday at Cincinnati. So Pittsburgh Steelers are on Cincinnati following the loss here tonight on Thursday Night Football on Amazon Prime to the Cleveland Browns. Once again, your final score 24-19, and give it to Cleveland. They found a way to beat the Steelers once again at home. And would have been nice for Pittsburgh to go out there and find a way to win themselves, especially in the type of game it was. It was their type of game, but they lose by less than 1 score once again, and couldn't even get it done in the snow, which that would have been even more excitement if they, you know, would have been able to do just that. You know, like let it snow, let it snow, let it snow, but no. They really needed the OTC to return like he did at SummerSlam in Cleveland, you know, to come out and hit a Superman punch and a spear and give the good guys a chance to win it. But the Cleveland Browns, honestly, probably just won their biggest game of the year. Yeah. Because who have they beaten? They're 3-8, but who have they beat already? Because they were 2-8 coming in. They beat the Steelers now tonight. And who the fuck do they already beat? They beat the Jaguars and they beat the Ravens. Barely. By 5. And then guess how much they just beat the Steelers by tonight? Oh, yeah, by 5. So, they're 3-8. They probably should be fucking winless at 0-11. You think about it. But, and obviously that's why they play a game. It's out on paper, it's out on the field. Outcome's the outcome. You live with it. It's going to sting for the time being, but it hopefully shouldn't hurt Pittsburgh in the long run. You know, it's still there for the taking. You can go out and do what you got to do and find ways to win, and yeah, get to win in the AFC North one way or another. I mean, really, it's a two-team race. With them in Baltimore, they already beat them once. You beat them again, okay, yeah, you're going to be there, but you can't slip up elsewhere, because if you do, they get some help by winning themselves, and us losing, they're going to still be in a position to win the division at that rate. Like, that's what you got to just name the games winning. You want to go out and win them all. Obviously, you're not going to. It's a long season. Got 6 games left in the regular season. 4 of the next 6 going to be against the AFC North. So they're going to have their chance to go win the division if they want to, which they should, obviously. But we'll see if they can. You know, once it's all said and done here. Yeah. But hopefully everyone has a happy Thanksgiving a week from now. But tonight on Thursday Night Football, Pittsburgh Steelers lose the Cleveland Browns. Once again, your final score, 24-19. But they're on to Cincinnati. We'll see if they can get the job done a week from now. A week from Sunday, officially. So up to everybody then. But yeah, be sure to like, follow, and subscribe to social media. Links in the description below. And hopefully everyone gets home safe with the weather. The way it is, team included, back to the Steel City. So, it's a tough loss. Just a tough loss. Especially in a game they, normally win, close one score. But that's why I said, though, 8-3, a lot of those wins are also by one score. Those could also be losses, and that's a hell of a different story. But you have the wins. A win's a win at the end of the day. Well, tonight, not so much. Another one-score loss. It wasn't because of turnovers. It wasn't because of this or that. It's because of a slow first half, and then giving up a touchdown, late in the game. Yeah. So, that's that. There really isn't much else to be said. Just sucks. Losing fucking sucks. So, yeah, I'll leave it at that. I don't think there's really much else. No, nothing I can think of. Just sucks. Because it's going to be a long week and a half, I'll tell you that, after the Steeler loss. Like I said, I'll have 2 college football Penn State line, live play, watch long action streams, live here on YouTube from now until then, this Saturday, next Saturday, to end the regular season. But then Steelers play a week from Sunday, so they'll get rested up, though. I'll be fine. It's just they probably should have won this game, just like they probably should have won the other 2 games they lost already this year, too. But not so fast. It is what it is. You are what your record says you are, and they're 8-3. Because they could be 3-8, could be anywhere in between. So you take it. Yeah. You just can't let it affect you. You got to get back on the horse and, get right back to it. You got to learn from your mistakes. And hopefully it's a fast start and, holding steady like they would at that rate if they would get a fast start rather than too little early and then, well, it's too late, because that's the way it is. It's either they're down the way they were and coming back and trying to win it, or they have a lead but they're barely holding it, and that's why it's always a one-score game. So it's going to be a typical Steeler game, regardless of who the fuck they're playing, regardless of how good that team is or bad that team is when they're playing them. It's just the way it is. That's how they play football. You know exactly what kind of game you're getting. It's no surprise. Not what whatsoever, not one bit. Nope. And it's just who they are. And they're 8-3 now after the loss. So 24-19 your final score. But yeah, that'll do it. So thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Link to the description below once again. Scan the QR code if you haven't done so already. And hopefully everyone has a happy Thanksgiving. And Steelers are on to Cincinnati. And I'll see you then. 24-19 though tonight. In another one-score loss here this season. Losing by 3, 3, and 5. As they're 8-3. But on to the next one. They're on to Cincinnati. So, yeah, like, follow, and subscribe. Link in the description below. Thanks for tuning in. And scan the QR code. Happy Thanksgiving. I'll see everybody when I see you.